Test. Test. Test. So that's your seconds.
Dear conference participants, please take your seats. We will start in 2 minutes. Hörmətli konferans iştirakçıları, sizdən xahiş olunur yerlərinizi tutasınız. Biz birazdan başlayırıq.
знаю, ne olur.
Bugünümden daha azıcık açabilmeliyim.
Посмотрю.
Подойди к ней, скажи, что они говорят, что... Ну, именно сказали маленькие. Он заболел, поэтому слушайте, все.
Заболел.
Can I... Because of... Please, dear participants, please take your seats. Hörmətli qonaqlar və iştirakçılar, xahiş olunur yerlərinizi tutasınız. Good morning, dear participants. I'm honored to announce the opening ceremony that will be the official part of the conference. Your Excellencies, welcome to Humanitarian Mine Action and SDGs Conference. Let me introduce myself. My name is Farida Ashralova and I am the Head of Public Relations and Press Department, ANAMA. It's my pleasure to be a moderator for this valuable conference. The program for today's conference is follows. Besides the opening ceremony, we will discuss 6 panels to aim to different mine action pillars. I would like to mention that the conference is led in hybrid format. Besides attend participants, we have members who will join us from remote locations and will have chance to give remarks and add comments. Before we give the floor to the speakers for the opening speech, we would like to show you a video from the first day of the conference dedicated to the trip to Agda, where participants could observe mine clearance operations in live. We will start the ceremony with a welcome note of Vuygar Süleymanov, Chairman of ANAMA.
Hörmətli konferans iştirakçıları, dəyərli tərəfdaşlar, qonaqlar, media nümayəndələri, xanımlar və cənablar. İlk növbədə hər birinizi böyük məmnuniyyət hissi ilə bu konferansda salamlamaq istərdim. Konferansın bugün Bakı şəhərində məhz beynəlxalq mina xəbərdarlığı günü ərəfəsində keçirilməsinin bizim üçün olduqca böyük əhəmiyyəti vardır. Bu tədbir ilk olaraq hər birimiz üçün qlobal miqyasda mina probleminin, onun törətdiyi nəticə və fəsadların işıqlandırılması və gündəmə gətirilməsi üçün növbəti bir fürsətdir. Sir deyil ki, bugün də mina və müharibə qalıqları dünyanın bir çox bölgəsində sülhə, insanların həyat və sağlamlığına, inkişafına və tərəqqisinə ən ciddi təhdid və maneələrdən biri olaraq qalır. Təbii ki, bu cür qlobal miqyasda mövcud olan problem məhz qlobal səviyyədə səylərin birləşdirilməsini şərtləndirir. Təqdirə layiq haldır ki, 1998-ci ildə Azərbaycanda ANAMA-nın təsis edildiyi zaman öz dəstəyini göstərmiş BMT-nin inkişaf proqramı bugün də ANAMA ilə birlikdə bu cür mötəbər tədbirin həm təşkilatçısı kimi çıxış edir. Bu fürsətdən istifadə edərək BMT-nin inkişaf proqramındakı həmkarlarımıza səmərəli əməkdaşlıq və tədbirin təşkilində göstərilən dəstəyə görə bir daha öz təşəkkürümüzü bildirmək istərdim. Bu konferans bizim üçün həm də əməkdaşlıq, bölüşmə, öyrənmə və inkişaf üçün önəmli bir platforma rolunu daşıyır. Azərbaycan hökumətinin təşəbbüsü ilə Azərbaycan Respublikasının Mina Təmizləmə Agentliyinin və BMT-nin inkişaf proqramının birgə təşkilatçılığı ilə ərsəyə gələn bu konferansda dünyanın 34 ölkəsindən 150 nəfərə yaxın iştirakçı qatılır. Düşünürük ki, bu platforma mina problemi ilə bağlı qlobal gündəlikdə dayanan ən mühüm məsələlərin işıqlandırılması, onların həlli istiqamətində səmərəli müzakirələrin təşkili üçün olduqca mümbit bir mühit olacaqdır. Konferansın mövzusu, yəni humanitar mina təmizləmə fəaliyyəti və dayanıqlı inkişaf məqsədləri başlığı Azərbaycan üçün ən aktual məsələlərdən biridir. Azərbaycanın Qarabağ bölgəsi mina və partlanmış hərbi sursatlarla çirklənmə səviyyəsinə görə dünyada ilk pillələrdən yeri alır. Dünən Ağdam şəhərinə səfər edən konferans iştirakçılarının və xarici mütəxəssislərin problemin miqyası ilə əyani daha yaxından tanış olmaq imkanı olmuşdur. Problemin bu miqyasına uyğun olaraq mina təmizləmə fəaliyyəti post-münaqişə dövründə Azərbaycan dövləti üçün xüsusi prioritetlərdən biri kimi müəyyən edilmişdir. Məsələ daim Azərbaycan Respublikası Prezidentinin xüsusi diqqətindədir və bu istiqamətdə fasiləsiz işlər görülür. Xüsusilə post-münaqişə dövründə aparılan bərpa və quruculuq işləri fonunda ANAMA-nın texniki imkanları, insan resursları, əməliyyat metodları da inkişaf etdirilmişdir. Azərbaycan Respublikası Prezidentinin göstərişlərinə uyğun olaraq Azərbaycanda mina təmizləmə fəaliyyətinin həm mahiyyətcə, həm də məzmunca yeni bir mərhələsinə keçid istiqamətində önəmli addımlar atılır. Minaları yerləşdirmək asan, onları təmizləmək isə bir o qədər çətindir. Lakin Azərbaycanın 2030-cu ilədək milli prioritetləri sırasında azad edilmiş ərazilərin bərpası və bu ərazilərə həyatın qaytarılması əsas strateji hədəflərdən biri kimi müəyyən edilmişdir. Bu məram Azərbaycanda mina təmizləmə fəaliyyətinə xüsusi bir anlam qatmış olur və bu işə əlavə stimul verir. 10 noyabr 2020-ci ildən bugünədək 23 min hektardan çox ərazi təmizlənmiş, 55 mindən çox mina və partlanmış hərbi sursat aşkar edilərək zərərsizləşdirilmişdir. Bunlardan 10 mini tank əleyhinə mina, 19 mini piyadə əleyhinə mina, 26 mini isə partlanmış hərbi sursatlar olmuşdur. Onu da qeyd etmək istərdim ki, Azərbaycanda mina təmizləmə fəaliyyətinin məhz bərpa və quruculuq işləri ilə paralel əlaqələndirilmiş aparılması özlüyündə bu fəaliyyətin dayanıqlı inkişaf məqsədləri ilə bağlılığının əyani göstəricisidir. Azərbaycanın təcrübəsi həmçinin mina probleminin dayanıqlı inkişaf məqsədlərinə nail olması istiqamətində nə dərəcədə ciddi maneələr yaratdığının bariz nümunəsidir. Bugün ANAMA-nın gündəlik fəaliyyəti dayanıqlı şəhərlər və icmalar, torpaq ekosisteminin mühafizəsi, sənaye, innovasiya və infrastruktur, layiqli əmək və iqtisadi artım və başqa dayanıqlı inkişaf məqsədləri ilə bilavasitə bağlıdır. Hörmətli konferans iştirakçıları, sözsüz ki, bu konferansın işi humanitar mina təmizləmə məsələlərində yeni həll üsullarının tətbiqinə, fəaliyyət üzrə bilik və bacarıqların artırılmasına, zərərçəkənlərə yardım edilməsi və onların cəmiyyətə inteqrasiyası prosesinə, habelə fərqli təcrübə və bilik mübadiləsinin aparılmasına əhəmiyyətli töhfəsini verəcəkdir. Tədbirin təşkil edilməsində ümumi məramımız və gözləntimiz də məhz ondan ibarət olmuşdur ki, qarşımızda dayanan çağırışların həlli istiqamətində daha səmərəli və çevik üsulları birgə müəyyən edək, qarşılıqlı faydalı əməkdaşlıq imkanlarını nəzərdən keçirək və konferansın yekununda konkret bir nəticələr əldə edək. İnanırıq ki, bu tədbir qabaqcıl beynəlxalq təcrübənin və praktiki sahə biliklərinin öyrənilməsinə yönəlik uğurlu platforma rolunu oynamaq üçün bütün imkanlara malikdir. Çıxışımın sonunda konferansın bugünkü işinə bir daha uğurlar arzulayır, bütün iştirakçıları faydalı əməkdaşlıq mühitinin qurulması üçün yaxından iştirak etməyə dəvət edirəm. Diqqətiniz üçün çox sağ olun.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It gives me great pleasure to introduce you Mr. Hikmet Hacıyev, Assistant to the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Head of the Department of Foreign Policy Affairs of the Presidential Administration. Mr. Hacıyev, please take the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today, on the eve of the International Mine Awareness Day, it's an absolute pleasure to have the opportunity to reiterate our shared commitment to one of the most pressing issues on the global scale and as well as Azerbaijan's national agenda, mine action. Landmines and exploded remnants of wars have long turned war zones into the death traps, thus hindering peace, development, and prosperity of nations for the decades after the conflicts are over. Fighting against and eradicating with seeds of death will require more consistent and resolute action on our part. Landmine legacy remains a top challenge for Azerbaijan in the post-conflict period. The resolution of the conflict has further unveiled the scale and scope of the mine contamination in the Azerbaijan's territories. Today, liberated lands of Azerbaijan, unfortunately, is one of the most contaminated lands maybe in the world. Millions of mines have been infested in the territories. And occupied territories throughout the 30 years of occupation has been destroyed, vandalized, and instead of the trees, landmines have been planted. But of course, Azerbaijani government will respond to this action with a message of construction, and we will put trees instead of the landmines. Overall, the Azerbaijani government's efforts in mine action are based on a long-term, comprehensive, and multifaceted approach that encompasses 4 interlinked objectives. First, certainly, the first and more immediate objective is to eliminate loss of lives. It's important to note that Azerbaijan is only involved in humanitarian mine clearance, and our aim is to clear land so that civilians can return to their homes without the threat of explosive hazards. However, and unfortunately, during the post-conflict period, over 30 deaths and 60 injuries have been recorded only among the civilians. All in all, more than 200 people have become victims of the mine incidents throughout these years. And we have reclaimed the maps of the landmine areas from the Republic of Armenia, but their accuracy level indicates only 25%. The second, more fundamental and long-term objective of the Azerbaijani government is to ensure safe, voluntary, dignified, and sustainable return of IDPs to their homes. This objective is directly interlinked with a large-scale reconstruction and rehabilitation activities that carried out currently in the liberated territories. And of course, the pace and scale of the work is dependent on the success of the mine clearance, and the government spares no efforts to maintain the balance between the speedy revival of the liberated lands and safe settlement of IDPs. Thirdly, in all its efforts to rebuild the liberated territories, the Azerbaijani government has prioritized improving integration between mine action and broader development planning and operation, as well as SDGs. We usually observe that in conflict and immediate post-conflict phases, mine action tends to pursue only immediate humanitarian objectives, rather than medium and long-term development-oriented goals. However, we believe that there is also much potential for mine action to prepare long-term integrated foundations on which sustainable peace and development can be built. Nevertheless, what we observe is that conflict-specific areas, such as mine action, are not explicitly identified on a global SDG scale, but are only being addressed through national adaptation processes. We believe that capturing the contribution of mine action to sustainable development on its right, on a larger scale, can facilitate integration, the efforts into broader national, sectoral, and international goals and targets. Another important aspect of policymaking and international cooperation in mine action is a policy coherence, and this underpins all aspects of all the SDG design and implementation. Unfortunately, to some other sectors throughout the world, mine action is sometimes conducted in silo, removed from broader humanitarian and development activities. Exploring the interaction of mine action with other sectors such as agriculture, urban development, environmental protection, health, policy, education can be important steps toward ensuring policy coherence in mine action and SDG. Thus, considering its a cross-cultural nature, mine action needs to be understood with a more holistic approach and can be applied in a comprehensive framework such as sustaining peace and development. As a practical example of such a development, I am pleased to say that in our gathering today, different ministers of Azerbaijani cabinet, education, environment, healthcare, and some other ministers are also taking part. It once again demonstrates Azerbaijani government cross-sectorial approach to the mine problem. It's also important to note that resource mobilization for mine action remains an area of great concern. Unfortunately, recent numbers indicate that mine action financing trends have going downwards. We believe that in addition to assessed contribution, the potential of other alternatives such as trust funds can be further enhanced. Approaching the impacts of the mine action from the perspective of the SDGs can also provide additional funding opportunities. Last but not least, Azerbaijan's mine action prioritizes collaboration, building up and exchanging knowledge and experience, as well as raising the capacity of ANAMA. As our international partners have observed, Azerbaijan offers a unique model in terms of the scale of the mine contamination, as well as commitment and potential of the government to achieve landmine-free Azerbaijan. However, we believe that there is still a lot of room for improvement when it comes to joining efforts and enhancing cooperation. These collaborations, as well as public-private partnership, can be valuable platforms in terms of mine action financing, as well as fostering entrepreneurial spirit, innovation, knowledge, and technology transfer. Today, we would like to reiterate that in this new development area for Azerbaijan and entire region, our government is open to all forms of good cooperation. In this regard, we believe that Azerbaijan could offer a useful platform for annual and regular discussion and evaluation of the global mine action. But of course, we do also expect that as a result of this conference, to come up with an idea of establishing global trust fund, supporting the efforts of Azerbaijani government fighting against the mine problem. And we highly appreciate currently the role of the UN institutions, and particularly UNDP Baku office and UN Resident Coordinator office and other colleagues from the UN institutions in this regard, and also organizing this important conference. But of course, as a practical outcome, we will appreciate your views and your suggestions to come up with a global trust fund initiative. Lastly, one of the potential directions for collaboration which necessitates more coordinated action in awareness raising at international level. We believe that joining our efforts in carrying out information campaigns and helping to draw international community's attention to specific mine issues such as can be a serious step forward in contributing long-term recovery and development efforts in war-affected states around the world. I also today appreciate that in our gathering we have an sectorial participation, including the civil society institutions, NGOs, journalists are also contributing our part of this process, and we appreciate their role in raising the awareness of the mine problems. To conclude my thoughts, I would like to reiterate that today collective action is required more than ever to maximize the positive dynamics of mine action in achieving United Nations 2030 agenda and translate our shared vision into measurable and tangible change. In this regard, Azerbaijan is committed to working with the mine action community to meet with demands, both through improving its national capacities and offering platforms for cooperation. I once again wish all success to this conference, and I also thank you particularly to our foreign participants making this travel to Azerbaijan, and wish also success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hikmet. In the process of preparing for the conference, we received several videos, appeals, one of which we present you. Please welcome not Mrs. Usha Rao Manari, UNDP Associated Ambassador.
Excellencies, dear partners and colleagues, it is a privilege to join this timely event just a few days ahead of the International Mine Awareness Day on the 4th of April. It's an opportunity to reiterate our collective commitment to eradicating the devastating threat of landmines and explosive ordnance. It's also a moment to reflect on the intrinsic link between humanitarian mine action and driving forward progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. To this end, we must raise awareness of the newest technologies and innovations and share best practices and lessons learned from the international mine action community. All of us are sadly very familiar with the destructive power of mines. Mines shatter people's lives and livelihoods and set back human development progress. Despite the brave efforts of mine clearance experts, mines continue to kill and maim civilians around the world. We must strive to do more and strive to do better together. Strong and enduring partnerships between national and international stakeholders are critical for the success of mine action programs in helping communities recover from the threat of mines. This conference will help to advance this collaborative approach, which is vital across peace-building, stabilization, and development settings. No society can make progress on the SDGs until the deadly threat of mines and explosive ordnance has been eradicated once and for all. Mine clearance is critical for rebuilding infrastructure, education, and agriculture. By releasing land for agriculture and making schools and hospitals safe, mine action is an essential first step to restoring peaceful and stable environments. Recovery programs can also be a driver for rebuilding communities more inclusively, especially for women and people with disabilities. This is why mine action clearance has a key role to play in supporting the 2030 Agenda. The UNDP has been a strong advocate for linking demining with development since we first started supporting humanitarian mine action in Cambodia in 1993. Since then, UNDP has supported mine action programs in over 40 countries. This support has not only helped numerous countries eradicate explosive ordnance contamination, it has also helped them to boost the capacities of state institutions to tackle residual risks, including incorporating socio-economic support for victims. In Azerbaijan, we're proud to be a strategic partner of National Mine Action Agency, or ANAMA, since its creation in 1999. With UNDP support, ANAMA has helped clear over 800,000 mines and explosive ordnance, ensuring the safe return of over 160,000 displaced people. Over the past years, we've expanded our partnership with ANAMA, which includes assisting with the development of a new set of national mine action standards. We've also provided targeted training courses and tools to strengthen ANAMA's managerial and operational capacity to meet needs on the ground. Azerbaijan has an admirable ambition to become a center of excellence in humanitarian mine action. Achieving this entails sharing its experience, strengthening existing partnerships, and establishing mechanisms to extend cooperation. It also entails continuing to learn from the international development and humanitarian mine action community. Today's conference will help to advance these aims. I wish you a very fruitful discussion. I thank you.
We express our gratitude for the video message of Mrs. Usha for the humanitarian main action and SDGs. Dear participants, due to health issues, the ambassador of Turkey are not able to participate on our conference. Please accept our apologies. Today, I would like to introduce you Mr. Petel Mikhalko, head of the EU delegation. Please take the floor.
Dear Mr. Hajiev, dear Chairman Suleymanov, dear Excellencies, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, I would like to express gratitude to the government of the Republic of Azerbaijan and the UNDP for organizing this important event, and the European Union is very glad to be a part of it. We have been one of the biggest international supporters of Azerbaijan's demining effort and are happy to see increased attention on this important issue. Humanitarian demining is a precondition for the sustainable development of territories affected by conflict. It is also a great challenge for a society, and we support ANAMA to build large and inclusive partnerships to carry out this task. We also work closely with the UNDP, that is one of our main partners in the country, and with whom we share objectives and values. In our experience, civil society organizations also can make a great contribution in this area, especially through awareness raising and mine risk education of local communities. The European Union and its member states are top donors for mine action. The European Union external action is guided by the 2030 agenda, and we are committed to work together with the government of Azerbaijan in achieving the SDGs. The European Union, through its European Civil Protection and Humanitarian Aid Operations, ECHO, provided support to address the needs of the most important tasks and the most vulnerable among the people directly affected by the conflict, including children and IDPs. The European Union is the largest supporter of UNDP action, including support to ANAMA with 2.5 million euros, with more than 1.5 million euros earmarked for humanitarian demining, expected to benefit over 40,000 people. The European Union also supports UNICEF with almost €500,000 euros for mine risk education, projected to reach 100,000 people, mostly children and IDP families. We have also supported Links Europe in mine risk education and advocacy for landmine-free South Caucasus. In the long term, for the EU, it is important to conduct demining of regained territories of Azerbaijan in order to enable the reconstruction and subsequent returns of the population. And we want to do much more. We are looking at further increase of our support to demining in the region. We are working on a substantial new allocation, larger than the previous one. We are in close communication with the UNDP, the Mine Advisory Group, and ANAMA to shape up this support and hope to be able to announce it and start its implementation soon. Why is the European Union so committed to supporting the demining efforts and ban on landmines? Us in the EU have our own difficult history with conflicts and destruction, and know firsthand the pain and devastation a war causes. As we often say, the European Union started off as a peace project, and we want to use this experience to help peace projects also elsewhere. Landmines are a terrible weapon, designed to cause as much damage and pain as possible. They do not discriminate and kill soldiers and civilians alike. Worldwide, about 80% of landmine victims are civilians, including children. It is important to think about it again now when another war is happening on the continent. It is important we keep in mind that demining is ultimately about people like us and our families. It's because of this humanitarian aspect, these people, that it is so important for us to support the demining efforts for their lives, safety of places where they will return, and for future development and prosperity. However, it's good to remember that the issue is bigger than just clearing the mines of the past wars. We also want to make sure there won't be any more mines in the future. The European Union is a strong supporter of the Ottawa Convention to ban anti-personnel mines, which has been ratified by all 27 EU member states. We would support also and promote its universalization and full implementation, and we would support perspective of future joining of South Caucasus, including Azerbaijan, to this convention. Dear ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude with reassurance that the European Union will continue supporting Azerbaijan and South Caucasus in efforts to address the threat of mines and explosive remnants of war, including by providing expert advice, assistance to conflict-affected populations, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. Thank you.
Thank you. In the next opening statement, we would like to invite on stage Mr. James Sharp, British Ambassador in Azerbaijan. Please, Mr. Ambassador.
Xanımlar ve cənablar, hörmətli nazirlər və səfirlər, sabahınız xeyir və bu mühüm tədbirə xoş gəlmisiniz. Thank you very much indeed for inviting me here today to speak today. I'd say first of all, someone has very kindly left their speech for me to read out, but maybe I'll use my own words if I may. This is a very timely event. I mean timely obviously because it's Mine Awareness Day on the 4th of April, but also I think timely because 1.5 years after the conflict ended, it's a good chance to look back at what you've achieved and look forward at what's still to come and what the opportunities still are. I mean, we in the United Kingdom, we understand the importance of returning to the recovered territories for the Azerbaijani people, their desire to go back, their desire to visit, their desire to return to the homes that they had to leave almost 30 years ago. We understand that emotion, but we also know that it has to happen safely. And that's why we in the United Kingdom were very quick to offer support for both humanitarian reasons, i.e. to save lives, stop people dying. We've seen that happen already. People return to the territories illegally and get killed. So for humanitarian reasons, it's important to offer that support. And also for human reasons, just as I say, understanding the emotions that people have and the desire to return back to their homes. So we funded, first of all, UNICEF and ANAMA to conduct mine awareness training and also the billboards that I think a lot of you would have seen in Aghdam, all the billboards beside the roads warning people not to stray off the roads. We also provide training through our Ministry of Defence, and we have provided funding to the UNDP and ANAMA, indeed in the process setting up that global fund which Mr. Hajiev mentioned, to provide technical support to ANAMA. And there are in the room today, speaking today in the panels, a number of British experts here. In addition to that, there are also British companies involved, and I think you would have seen some of them yesterday at Aghdam, the dogs and the drones being operated by British companies, as well as training and direct demining. So we're proud, in Britain we're very proud that we're able to play this role to help the people of this country, giving people the hope that they can return, an opportunity perhaps to heal those emotional wounds from the last 30 years, and also we hope to promote reconciliation between the people of the region. And also, very importantly, from our perspective, to support the role of the United Nations, of UNDP and UNICEF here in Azerbaijan and in the recovered territories as well. Now, I myself have been to the recovered territories on a number of occasions, and I've seen the billboards, I've seen the drones, I've seen the demining, I've seen the training going on, and I've also seen the pace of construction that's been happening, and it's incredibly impressive to Fasuli Airport and how quickly the site was cleared and the airport has been built, the road and the railway that's been built around Jibrail and along the Araz River Valley, the construction taking place in Aghdam, and of course the road up to Shusha itself. Very impressive, and I'm very impressed as well at the way that ANAMA have risen to the huge challenge that you've suddenly faced in the last year and a half. So congratulations to Vuga Mualim and Samir and all the other members of ANAMA in taking on this Herculean, this huge task to help your country. And we've seen progress not only on the ground, of course, but in the way that the whole process operates, the coordination, the development of national standards, now looking at things like non-technical surveys, and think about the environmental impact of demining. And just again, to applaud all of those who are involved in this historic process. Now, as I mentioned, as well as looking back at what's been achieved so far, it's important to look forward. And because of the conflict, we know there's a new line of contact, there's a new international border with Armenia, and this is the opportunity to do things differently. And I'll just echo the comments made by my colleague from the European Union. Don't lay mines on these new borders. You've seen the human cost of these mines. Let's make sure that doesn't happen again. Look at the Ottawa Convention, the Convention on Cluster Munitions as well, and the other sort of rather inelegantly entitled Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons. I mean, all of these, I think, is really important now to the opportunity to show leadership in the world, so not just deal with the devastating impact of mines upon the population, but also think ahead and look ahead, and how can Azerbaijan show leadership, political leadership in the region and in the world. Something else that we in Britain have taken leadership on here is the Women, Peace and Security agenda. And I'm very pleased again that ANAMA are looking at how to build a gender element into the whole demining process, and how to make the most of all talents in this country, how to empower people to take care and take control of their own environment, and how to show that women can play a role even in very hard-edged security issues. So just in conclusion, just to say again how pleased and proud we are in the United Kingdom to be supporting this process. Thank you very much for your time today, and I really wish everybody the best of discussing these really important and crucial issues for the future of the people of this country and the future of this country and the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for warm greetings. And following the ceremony with statement of Mr. Hikmet Çetin, former Speaker of Parliament of Turkey. Please, Mr. Take the floor.
Well, I was just told that I'm going to say a few words. Sorry for being very short. I will be very short. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's a very important and timing conference. For that, our thanks and appreciation go to the government of Azerbaijan and the United Nations Development Program for organizing this conference. I think Azerbaijan has a long record and accumulated knowledge in the field of demining. The demining agency of the Republic of Azerbaijan, in my view, I think it has been in operation for more than 2 decades. Mines constitute an enduring threat and menace to life, even in the absence or in the aftermath of actual conflict. Mines are a global problem confronting as in different parts of the world. Mines are a legacy of disputes which we must all reject and do whatever we can. I have been in Afghanistan for 3 years as a NATO civilian representative. I have seen how dangerous and important. It took NATO months to clean up Kabul airport or to clean up mines at that time. Demining must be viewed as an ethical and humanitarian obligation. It threatens life, whether human or otherwise. While they may not be in the category of weapons of mass destruction, in our efforts to eliminate them, mines should be regarded as dangerous as chemical and biological weapons. I think United Nations has to do something more for demining projects. In our, actually this is very important everywhere, because even in Turkey, of course, we have now the demining problem in the Syrian border, which we have 900 kilometers. It took us time to clean up. Because you need a very professional organization or company to deal with demining. It is very professional and very important for every country. I hope that conference will, like this one, will generate action across the globe to provide support and incentive to demining efforts. Thank you very much for let me say a few words on this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hikmet. Next on the stage, I will invite Mrs. Vladanka Andreeva, UN Resident Coordinator. Please, Mrs. Vladanka, take the floor.
Dear Excellencies, partners and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a great pleasure to be with all of you today at this very important Humanitarian Mine Action Conference and Sustainable Development Goals. This conference is being held just a few days ahead of the International Mine Awareness Day, whose theme for this year is Safe Ground, Safe Steps, Safe Homes. This theme highlights the importance of restoring the personal security of individuals and communities in post-conflict settings. For there really is no place like home. And yet, it's difficult to return and feel safe at home without mines being cleared and without your community around. Mine clearance experts are working hard throughout the world at considerable risk to themselves to eradicate the threat of explosive ordnance. Despite these efforts, mines continue to kill and maim civilians on a daily basis. Just in 2020, the UN Mine Action Community has reported that over 7,000 people throughout the world have been killed or injured by mines. For the last year and a half, in Azerbaijan, we have recorded more than 100 cases. This terrible threat lies in wait for children on their way to school, for women on their way to work, for families traveling to markets. It's crystal clear. We must do better. And this is an absolute priority. We have to recommit to a mine-free world and focus our efforts on three key areas. The first is really expanding the capabilities and capacities. The rapidly evolving nature of explosive threat means that it is crucial for those on the front lines, like our ANAMA friends, to have sufficient expertise, resources, and equipment when working in areas rife with the threat of explosive ordnance. The second key area is to build partnerships. Strong partnerships between national and international stakeholders will remain critical to the success of all humanitarian mine action programs, including the one in Azerbaijan, and I honestly hope to see this conference to pave the way to strengthen already very strong collaboration that we have established. The third area is really integration of mine action with development to push forward and accelerate the progress against the Sustainable Development Goals. Our immediate endeavor to save lives must be accompanied by efforts to help those already affected by mines. This will include insurance that adequate services for the victims will be available, and we have to promote the rights of persons with disabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, this year is very special for the UN-Azerbaijan partnership. We are commemorating 30 years of Azerbaijan being a member to the United Nations and 30 years of UN presence in Azerbaijan. I'm proud of many things that we have collectively achieved over the last 3 decades, but I'm especially proud of the partnership that we have established with ANAMA. Colleagues from UNDP have been supporting ANAMA since 1999. And thanks to the generous funding of many donors, some of them present today in this room, over 33 million square meters of land have been cleared of mines, and over 160,000 people have safely returned to their homes. In parallel, my colleagues from UNICEF have been supporting ANAMA in promoting explosive ordnance risk education, a crucial element for safety of local population in contaminated areas. They have already reached over 100,000 people, and 35,000 of them being children. The path towards achieving the sustainable development must be clear of mines. In addition to saving lives and preventing injuries, mine clearance is vital for rebuilding infrastructure, for education, for agriculture, and bringing life back. It will also be a very strong driver for inclusion, particularly of women and people with disabilities. The United Nations family in Azerbaijan will keep standing side by side with the government to ensure that every woman, man, and child are safe in their homes. I would like very much to thank the government of Azerbaijan, ANAMA, my UNDP colleagues, for organizing this important event. But I would like to especially thank Vugar, his team, all ANAMA colleagues and brave people who are tackling these explosive threats on a daily basis at very high personal security risk. It is their efforts that help the rest of us to enjoy safe ground, safe steps, and safe home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ladanka. And we have another one video message I'm pleased to present you. Please enjoy the speech of Mrs. Heidi Kuhn, founder and CEO, Roots of Peace Organization.
Global greetings. My name is Heidi Kuhn. I'm founder and CEO of Roots of Peace, and it is my great honor to welcome you to the Humanitarian Mine Action and SDG Conference in Baku, Azerbaijan. For the past 25 years, I've had a vision of turning mines to vines, replacing the scourge of landmines with the bountiful vineyards and orchards worldwide. I have traveled the minefields of the world: Afghanistan, Angola, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Croatia, Israel, Palestine, Vietnam, and Zimbabwe. But of all the minefields that I have ever walked or traveled to, the worst in the world I have seen is in Azerbaijan. It is no judgment who put those mines in the ground, but it is essential that we make a chess play to eradicate these landmines, not only from Azerbaijan, but from the face of the earth. Let us take this moment to dream of peace. There are 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Perhaps there may be a new chess move for an additional one, for I believe that the underpinning of peace begins with the removal of a single landmine. Landmines should be the 18th Sustainable Development Goal. And in the world of golf, let us put the world on par, a world without landmines, and a world where human beings can dig deeper for peace and plant the roots of peace on earth. Please enjoy this conference, and please let us turn ideas into reality.
Thanks, Mrs. Heidi Kuhn, for her video message, for noting important aspects of humanitarian demining. It was very interesting, Mark, that landmine should be the 18th Sustainable Goal Development. Dear guests, our last speech in the opening ceremony will be presented by Mr. Ercan Murat, former resident representative of UNDP Azerbaijan. Mr. Ercan, please take the floor.
Distinguished Chairman of ANAMA, Mr. Vugar Süleymanov, distinguished representative of the President of Azerbaijan, Mr. Hikmet Hacıyev, Honorable Hikmet Çetin, former Foreign Minister of Turkey, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I feel privileged to join you all today at this important conference. I thank the organizers for inviting me. Personally, it's always a great pleasure for me to return to Azerbaijan, where I have spent 4 years of my career and witnessed firsthand the tremendous progress that has been made over the last 2 decades. When I first came here, some 25 years ago, one of the highest priorities of the leadership of the country was to have safe access to the large part of former battlefields, which were contaminated with unrecorded landmines. It was obvious to the government then that humanitarian mine clearance was the first step to restore a peaceful and stable environment and make schools, hospitals, farmland safe again. In 1998, the government of Azerbaijan called for UNDP's assistance in establishing Azerbaijan National Agency for Mine Action, ANAMA, to conduct humanitarian demining in areas posing the greatest threat to human safety and livelihoods. ANAMA's initial objective focused primarily on demining, but the agency quickly adopted a people-oriented approach. In a short time, ANAMA's mine risk education programs reached thousands of children in schools, and with support from the Ministry of Healthcare and Social Protection, survivors of mine accidents were provided with medical care and physical rehabilitation programs. ANAMA also introduced microcredit initiatives to improve the livelihoods of survivors and their families by supporting them to establish small businesses. Over the past years, ANAMA has evolved to be a strong national institution, well equipped with robust knowledge and cutting-edge technology. It cooperates with a variety of large international institutions, regularly exchanging knowledge and best practices. ANAMA also has been supporting the development of national mine action programs in other countries around the world, including Afghanistan, Georgia, and Turkey. And in the aftermath of recent conflict, UNDP is again working closely with ANAMA, providing additional support in training, equipping, and deploying emergency response teams to clear mines and unexploded ordnance in conflict-affected areas to help protect the most vulnerable communities. Solid and enduring partnership between national and international stakeholders are critical for the success of mine action programs in helping communities recover from the threat of mines. It's now time again for ANAMA to forge new and effective linkages with partners around the world for innovative, integrated, people-centered solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, investing in humanitarian mine action is critical for sustainable development and is key to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and the Agenda 2030. It's crucial to saving lives, preventing injuries, and transforming dangerous places into safe, thriving communities. This conference is an important next step for further strengthening partnership and cooperation. I look forward to lively discussions here. Wish you, all of you, a very successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ercan. And now moving along to our second session, Global Mine Action and Integrated Approach. Please welcome to the floor Mr. Steiner Sen, Global Mine Action and Development Advisor, UNDP, who will be moderating the panel discussion, International Best Practice in Mine Action, How It's Applied in Azerbaijan. I briefly introduce to you our speakers. Mrs. Leila Abdullayeva, Head of the Press Service Department, MFA. Mr. Sajjad Karim, Hyder Global BFBA CEO. David Davidson, Phoenix Insight Ltd. Samir Polatov, Deputy Chairman, ANAMA. Mehman Dajdemirov, Ministry of Defense. And our panel discussion will start after a short coffee break.
I have no idea. Wait, sorry. We are five. We're five.
Dear participants, please take your seats. Kindly asking to take your seats in 3 minutes. Getting people here and it's for you. It's your session. Please, dear guests and participants, take your seats. We will start our next discussion session. Please take your seats. Dear participants, after a short break, we will start our first panel session, and I invite here moderator of this discussion session, Steiner Essen, Global Mine Action and Development Advisor, UNDP. Please, Mr. Steiner.
Thank you so much. Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Mine Action colleagues, friends, it's so nice to see so many familiar faces again. Also a warm welcome to our online colleagues. I know we have quite a big group of online colleagues. You are also very important for us, and your contribution and inputs is highly regarded. I'm very sorry that the online participants were not able to go to the field yesterday. Especially after COVID, it was fantastic to be allowed to go back out in the field with good colleagues and have exciting technical discussions. And I really do hope that we are able to take some of that energy and engagement I saw yesterday into the room today. Someone mentioned seeing is believing. I think we were all struck yesterday by the immense scale of contamination and the complexity for ANAMA and others to do land release. That said, the speed of reconstruction and the speed of the ongoing mine action is very impressive. But still, mine action is a bottleneck for swift reconstruction and safe IDP return. So we need to urgently explore opportunities to increase efficiency, productivity, and do so without jeopardizing quality or safety of our deminers. And I really do hope that this unique and very timely conference can be a platform for identifying innovative new methods and ways of working that can speed up clearance. As it was mentioned, my name is Steiner Essen. I'm the Global UNDP Mine Action Advisor. I'm based in Norway, but I have had the pleasure of supporting Vugar and his team for the last 16 months. I feel I'm a part of the UNDP mine action team in Azerbaijan, and it's therefore a great pleasure for me and an honor to be the facilitator of this session. I think and believe we have put together a very exciting and interesting program for you. It's going to consist of 5 thematic sessions. In each session, we are going to have a team of subject experts. I think it's going to be a good mix of local stakeholders and international experts. And from every session, we have set aside plenty of time for questions, for inputs from you. And I want to stress that the success of this conference is based on your active participation. After the 5 sessions, we will have what we call a tour de table. And on this session, I will ask the moderators of the 5 sessions to spend a couple of minutes to reflect on the core takeaways. I think it's going to be very important for the success of this conference that we have some clear takeaways, some lessons learned that we can work on in the months to come. Okay, let's focus on this session, session 2, which we have called Global Mine Action and an Integrated Approach. And as a sector, I think we can say that we have come a long way over the last 30 years. And there are a number of lessons learned and best practices when it comes to the design and the setting up of sound national mine action programs. National ownership and commitment, sound national legal framework and structures, linking mine action to development, establishing fruitful partnership and close stakeholder coordination are just a few of the key ingredients in a successful mine action program. So in this section, I want to set the scene and discuss what structures and framework have the government of Azerbaijan established to ensure an effective response to its mine action challenge. How has Azerbaijan embraced sector best practices to ensure quality, efficiency, and optimal impact of its mine action interventions? So let me turn to my distinguished panelists and see if they can help us answer some of these questions. And I will hand over the floor to Leila Abudalieva, Head of the Press Service Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to have your reflection on the topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, dear moderator. On behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, we would like to greet all of the participants of this very important and timely event. A lot has been said this morning in the opening session, but I would do my best to be brief and to be to the point, to speak on the national ownership and building national capacities issues. Normally the spokespersons are talkative people, but I promise to be brief and stick to the 5 minutes reglement. So Azerbaijan is one of the most landmine contaminated countries in the world, and as a result of almost 30 years long illegal occupation of the part of its territories came to an end in the end of 2020. And it should be noted that landmine contamination of the Azerbaijani territories it has been a result of other countries' deliberate actions, and here we speak specifically about the neighboring Armenia. So during 3 decades-long illegal occupation, Armenia illegally planted landmines in the Azerbaijani territories without a military necessity and indiscriminately. And of course, here we're speaking about, estimations are about 1 million landmines planted in the Azerbaijani territory. So I'm saying this figure just to give you an idea what is the scale of this threat that the Azerbaijani government is faced currently. So the government of Azerbaijan understood that national ownership is key to success to effectively deal with this threat. And this is why Azerbaijan has undertaken the primary role in humanitarian demining, and significant material resources have been allocated from the state budget to this end. The government has set the mine action, including the humanitarian demining, as the national priority. You know that currently the big, large-scale reconstruction and rehabilitation works are underway in the liberated territories of Azerbaijan. And of course, the humanitarian demining constitutes an essential part of this reconstruction works, because here we speak about the human factor, the fact that hundreds of thousands of internally displaced persons have been waiting for the day when they return back to their territories. So now the day has come, but first we need to clear these territories. First we need to create conditions for the safe and dignified return of all internally displaced persons. So moreover, the effective humanitarian demining, of course, will promote peace, stability, and contribute to sustainable development in the broader region. Of course, it is obvious that the planning should start before the post-conflict rehabilitation and reconstruction phases comes. And Azerbaijan understood this task, and the planning and preparations has started in the late 90s. In 1999, the National Mine Agency was established, and after its establishment, it's implemented several international projects, including the projects in the neighboring countries like Turkey, Georgia, as well as in Afghanistan. It has been partnered with the NATO, and a couple of joint projects have been implemented together with the alliance. So this early development of national capacity and capabilities, in fact, provided Azerbaijan with the necessary experience and expertise. However, you have seen the area, the participants of this conference visited Agdam, as we have seen from the video yesterday, and so you witnessed how large is the scale of the contamination and how enormous and huge is the challenge that the government of Azerbaijan is faced with today. I would like to concentrate more what kind of steps, briefly, have the government of Azerbaijan taken based on the national ownership. First of all, after the liberation of its territories, last year in 2021, ANAMA was restructured in order to better cope with this enormous task in hand. So ANAMA is the lead organization that plans and also coordinates the activities in the mine action field, and of course implements itself the humanitarian demining. To ensure the unity of the efforts on the governmental level, presidential administration as well as the cabinet of the ministers also provide support to ANAMA by, of course, providing necessary guidance. Second, the government of Azerbaijan embarked on developing capacity of other national organizations, including commercial and local organizations. You probably know that along with the Mine Action Agency, Ministry of Defense, Ministries of Emergencies, as well as the State Border Service are also engaged in the demining operations in Azerbaijan. And as a result of the demining works in 2021, ANAMA has already managed to clear and coordinate the clearance of 19,000 hectares of land in Azerbaijan. And they have destroyed more than 50,000 mines and other explosive devices. Well, 19,000 hectares is quite a big number, of course, but just to give you an idea, again, I will bring another statistics. Can you imagine that these 19,000 hectares constitutes only 2% of all confirmed and suspected minefields in Azerbaijan? So as I've mentioned earlier, here we speak about more than 1 million landmines planted in the Azerbaijani territories. Third, the government of Azerbaijan is engaged with civil society organizations and international partners to meet existing serious challenges. Here I would like to touch another important issue, the victims of the landmines. You know that assistance to the victims is a pressing need for the government, and government has set as its priority to provide best care to the victims of landmines. Since 1992, more than 3,500 people in Azerbaijan became the victims of landmines. And since the end of the conflict in 2022 and signing of the trilateral statement back in November 2020, we have more than 200 people who became victims of landmines, and here including civilian and military people. So just to give you an idea how serious is the threat that we are faced with. And fourth, the government is also strengthening its national ownership and capacity with international partnerships. It's very important to mention it, because as it has been reflected also in the United Nations Security Council resolutions, partnership and cooperation are very central to success in the mine action. So using this opportunity, I would like also to thank all international partners that are assisting Azerbaijan in this field. So another important issue that we have to mention, yes, I'm coming to the end of my presentation, moderator, is of course the cutting-edge technologies and respective training that is needed to effectively cope with this threat. Of course, I've mentioned that we have international partners that assist us in this process, but also little reminder that I would like to stress and state here is that although Azerbaijan is one of the most landmine contaminated countries in the world, it is also one of the least receivers of international aid. So we hope that this balance will be changed in the future, and I think this conference will play a role, as it has already been mentioned. Establishment of international trust fund and other means will help us to change this balance in the future. And finally, the last and not least, government is keenly interested in policy promoting actions of sustainable development in the country. Demining operations are embedded within this vision of development, and we hope that we will achieve it through sound policies informed by international best practices, and of course actions empowered by partnerships. I really much liked the idea that Ms. Heidi Kuhn proposed here, to have the demining as the 18th development goal, sustainable development goal. As a country suffering from demining, I believe we will be first in a row to support this proposal. I thank you very much for your attention, and I'm ready to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Ms. Leila, thank you so much for your intervention. It's quite obvious that the government of Azerbaijan have really taken partnership seriously. I think you have brought in a good mix of international partners and combined them with strong national partners, and together I think we are able to build a center of excellence at ANAMA that I think will be well placed to lead mine action in the years to come. So thank you so much. Let me then turn on to our next speaker, Mr. Sayad Karim. The floor.
Steiner, thank you very much. Trained in European politics means I stick normally to a 1-minute rule, so 5 minutes is pure indulgence, so I thank you for that, Steiner. May I also thank ANAMA and Mr. Vuga Solmeneov for the very kind invitation to once again be present and to participate. Now, I want to make some remarks and just introduce, I hope, some political dimensions to the overall policy framework as to what needs to be achieved. And I'm looking at this basically in two ways. But I think it's important, first of all, just to very briefly give an input of my view of the situation on the ground. Some months ago, back in August, ANAMA very kindly allowed for me and arranged for me to go to Fizili to visit and see the position on the ground there. And it was quite clear that at that time, this was an operation which was very painstaking, very slow, very labor intensive. But yesterday, having the opportunity to go to Agdam, I can see how far the operation has moved on. The technical expertise and support that is now available simply wasn't present on the ground when I last visited. So things have certainly moved forward in that way. but what does this mean in terms of creating an integrated approach? Now, one of the things that I always found, I first became involved with the South Caucasus in 2014, and I remained engaged right the way through as a parliamentarian to 2019. There was always a drag factor, and that was the issue of Karabakh, or Nagorno-Karabakh, depending on the perspective. That no matter what issue one was looking at in terms of how we could move forward, there was always a drag element wherever in the South Caucasus you went, and that was this. And that's why I was actually very encouraged to hear His Excellency, the Ambassador of the United Kingdom, this morning make reference to the word hope, and that we need to invest in that, because that is a very real change that I sense today. When one speaks to the people of Azerbaijan, there is today a real feeling that actually we can move forward from where we were. And that needs to be one of the core pillars of the integrated approach that we come forward with. Now, political leadership at all levels, of course, has to now formulate and deliver a fully constructed vision of the future. We've all seen the infrastructure that's developing, road, rail, air, all of the connectivity that's taking place, linkage within and throughout the region, the South Caucasus, but also along with this, we need the development of a political narrative of the future. That needs to be presented in very clear terms. What and how? What is the vision for the South Caucasus? Now, as I was preparing for today, just thinking back to the meetings that I had with senior leadership throughout the South Caucasus over a 5-year time span. And certainly in every meeting that we had as a parliament with President Aliyev, he always presented a vision of development, not just for Azerbaijan, but for the South Caucasus. And yesterday, whilst we were in Agdam, the representative of the President's representative's senior advisor presented his vision of what they see the future. And the language that was used in relation not only to mine clearance, but a much wider approach is a vision of an infrastructurally integrated South Caucasus. A South Caucasus that has at its core multinationalism, multiculturalism, multi-ethnicism. These are all things that are not strange to Azerbaijan in any way. And I speak, of course, as a proud European and a proud Brit. But I know that I had one very eye-opening experience some years ago here in Baku. I was invited by the local Jewish community to come and visit their synagogue. And I promptly made arrangements to go. I was taken there. And I was not expecting to be able to find a place where I could just walk in with no security checks, with no need for any protection for the building or the inhabitants. Now, as a British individual, I know that when I visit synagogues in the United Kingdom, that is not the experience that I have. And I know in most parts of Europe, we do not have that experience either. So the fact that Azerbaijan is committing to that sort of vision, not just for itself, but for the South Caucasus as a whole, is something that I believe that we as an international community absolutely must invest in. We must be a vital part of that. And then very finally, dealing with policy, global political policy. At the moment, mining does not carry sufficient deterrent for any perpetrator, particularly a withdrawing aggressor. And as one looks at what is happening very close to here today, and certainly as a European, it's a matter of great concern as to what could develop in the coming weeks or months. Is it not time now to use a platform like we have today to actually make a call that consequences for countries or actors that carry out such activities must be much clearer, whether they are in trade terms, whether they are in incentive terms, or whether there are specific discouragements. We need to have, I believe today, a much more proactive, pre-existing policy framework in place that is clear for all to see. I thank you for your time and for listening to me.
Thank you so much for your intervention. Let me move on to the next speaker, Mr. David Hudson. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steiner. I've been fortunate enough to work with UNDP and ANAMA over the last several months on a number of aspects of the National Mine Action Programme. But what I'm going to focus on now is the importance of an integrated approach to regulation, professionalism, operations, in order for the programme to be able to deliver land, released land, for reconstruction, for redevelopment, that attracts the confidence of those who will use that land to be happy to make use of it. So I think any government that is responsible for releasing land really faces three fundamental imperatives in relation to that land. The first one is about the quality of the released land. It's essential that the men, women, children who are going to use that land are not injured by landmines or unexploded ordnance that has been missed during the survey and clearance operation. Secondly, there's the safety of the deminers, the others who work in the programme, partly to avoid the human misery and waste that comes from accidents that are avoidable to important members of the working force, but also to avoid the waste that comes with having to replace experienced, trained, competent people. And then the third imperative really relates to the environment, ensuring that the land that is released is suitable for its intended use and that the mine action programme does not cause avoidable, unacceptable pollution of land, water or air. So to pursue those imperatives, a government typically enables a number of aspects of the programme. The first one is that it establishes mine action standards that benefit from the international mine action standards. Secondly, it requires, without exception, that operating organisations comply with those standards. It empowers a national body to accredit mine action operating organisations in order to ensure that they are capable of meeting national standards. It typically empowers that same national body to monitor operations, to ensure that mine action organisations are actually satisfying the national standards. And then it also requires monitoring or inspection of released land and the information that goes with it to confirm that those requirements in the national standards have been satisfied in relation to that land. And it authorises that national body to accept land for release. Ideally, national standards form part of a virtuous circle. The international standards benefit from global improvements in understanding, new ideas, new methodologies, innovations. That's reflected in the national standards, and those national standards then inform the operating procedures that mine action organisations use on the ground in their day-to-day activity. That day-to-day activity itself yields new insights, new ideas, further improvements, and those are then captured within the review system for the international standards. And we see this improvement cycle at work. So it's very important that these national standards are right, that they're suitable for the country, that they reflect understandings of good practice. Within that body of documentation at the national standards level, at the SOP level, the operating procedures level, we find this concept of all reasonable effort, trying to establish what is the level of effort necessary to apply to an area that is suspected of containing mines or other unexploded ordnance in order to be confident that it can be released. And that effort is not just the practical, physical effort that is applied on the site, but it also relates to all the enabling effort, the development of the standards themselves, the development of the procedures by mine action organizations, the accreditation of those organizations and procedures, the selection of the right equipment, the use of a comprehensive, effective information management system. All of these enabling factors are just as important as the activity that takes place on site, the practical survey and clearance, the monitoring that takes place, and most importantly, the decisions that are taken about where to start survey and clearance operations, and often the most difficult decision, when to stop those operations. There are a number of scenarios that we can see that can arise under these circumstances. And this integrated system of regulation and professional operational activity focus exactly on this area. In an ideal world, the level of effort that is required, this all reasonable effort to release land, that is what the operating organization delivers. Just that and no more. Now, in the real world, it's quite difficult to know when that point is achieved. But one of our aims is not to go too far beyond it. We don't want expensive, precious mine action resources focusing on land that does not have contamination within it. So in a perfect world, just enough work is done that does satisfy that requirement for all reasonable effort. And, equally importantly, the people who are going to use that land have the confidence to accept it. As I said, in the real world, actually, quite often, more work than is necessary takes place. And that's because we're dealing with uncertainty about exactly where contamination is, and because all involved recognize the importance of meeting those imperatives, particularly the one of the safety of the people who use that land. The way that we move towards a more efficient approach is through a combination of outstanding information management and the use of information to support decision making, but also confidence amongst those who have to take decisions about the release of land that they are not going to be held unreasonably liable for adverse events should they happen in the future through no fault of their own. And so a key part of the all reasonable effort cycle, the documentation, the information management system, is that people should be able to demonstrate that they have applied those enabling factors, those on-site factors, to give them confidence that they can take efficient land release decisions. Because if we get that wrong, there are a couple of possible situations. One is that all reasonable effort is applied, the work is done properly, but for whatever reason, the people who will use that land are not prepared to accept it. And the most obvious reasons for that would be if there were accidents in other areas that have been released. Now that is a situation we do not want. It is very inefficient. The organizations that have done the work, they may be in a strong position in terms of liability, but it is completely wasted if the land is not put to its intended use. The worst situation that could arise is one where actually not enough effort has been applied. The land has not been properly cleared, but land users are prepared to accept it. So the way that we avoid those risks, the way that we pursue that ideal situation of delivery of land of all reasonable effort and not much more, and confident acceptance of that land, is through this integrated system of standards, of information management, of clear explanations of what constitutes all reasonable effort, where this stands in the topic of liability, and that is what gives everybody the confidence to do land release efficiently. But it only works when it is an integrated system founded on a strong legal basis. And much of the work that I've been involved in is absolutely about pursuing that sort of system. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for your vital participation in developing a new national mine action standards. I think they are a precondition for innovative and efficient land release SOPs that we, as we already said, desperately need to develop. So thank you so much. Okay, let me stick to the next speaker. Samir Polado, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Steiner. Azerbaijan Mine Action Program was established in 1998 by the decree of the President of Azerbaijan, and the actual operations have been started a year later, back in the year 1998. ANAMA has been implementing a joint program between the government of Azerbaijan and the United Nations Development Program. UNDP were involved from the very beginning, so relationship has remained central in every aspect of the program ever since. The initial aim was to establish a national mine action agency that would have a capacity to deal with the mines present in the areas at the time. But the intent was also to have a national capacity in the country that would be sustainable and would have an ability to scale up rapidly when the situation demanded it. With the recovery of liberated areas in 2020, the need arose, and since then ANAMA has been focused on that rapid and wide-ranging expansion of capacity and capability in every aspect of mine action, which is necessary to respond to urgent and large-scale needs of the current reconstruction and rehabilitation program of the government of Azerbaijan. UNDP's role was always and remains one of the capacity development of ANAMA. Other donors also provided support and continue to engage actively in the national program, including the governments of UK, US, France, European Union, and others. The support of the US Department of State from the earliest days of ANAMA and practical mine action was greatly valued. And we hope that recent meetings with WRA will pave the way for further successful cooperation between our two organizations in the future. A long-standing cooperation with NATO running continuously for over 10 years, focused on the clearance of unexploded ordnances from the former Soviet Union ammunition depots and stockpiles. Work with the United States European Command provided further help in developing of explosive ordnance disposal capacity within ANAMA. We also think that regional security organizations like OSCE, which are based on comprehensive concept of security, should also be assisting states in addressing the challenges and problems posed by landmines. And we also welcome the feasibility study currently underway by the OSCE team here in Azerbaijan, and we look forward to establishing and maintaining a strong and fruitful cooperation between our two organizations. Other UN agencies have also been instrumental in supporting key aspects of mine action in Azerbaijan, including the support provided by UNICEF over a period, I would say, decades, for explosive ordnance risk education, and UNHCR, who have recently committed to provide some donation in the near future. The range of organizations engaged in mine action is expanding as rapidly as the program itself, including international NGOs and international commercial companies, working in cooperation with Azerbaijani national mine action organizations, supporting their technical capacity development, but also bringing innovative aerial survey systems for the remote survey of mined areas, which we have witnessed yesterday. UNDP provided technical advices from the program inception up until the year 2005, and again from the year 2021 to support the exceptionally rapid cleaning up of national capacity in Azerbaijan. UNDP has always acted as a trusted focal point in raising funds to enable national program to go about its important work. Reflecting essential importance of clear communication and coordination of mine action is to be both efficient and successful in making a real difference to the people of Azerbaijan. After the war, a number of interministerial working groups were established for reconstruction and rehabilitation of the liberated territories. ANAMA provides representatives to sit in almost each of these working groups, highlighting the fundamental importance of mine action to so many aspects of the reconstruction program. That level of engagement across different areas of action is good for coordination and helps to ensure that before any reconstruction and rehabilitation work is done in the liberated territories, and any appropriate and necessary mine action is implemented. There is also a separate working group specifically for humanitarian demining. The members of that working group are the most significant ministers in the country, and this working group is chaired by the ANAMA chairman, Mr. Bugar Suleymanov. ANAMA is the primary coordinating body for humanitarian demining in Azerbaijan, meaning that even the most significant ministers come under ANAMA coordination when it comes to demining. Over the last few months, the national standards have been updated, setting out roles and responsibilities and authorities within the National Mine Action Program, including accreditation, monitoring, and acceptance mechanisms. The standards include establishment of a single, unified reporting and information management system. This is done under the management of ANAMA and in accordance with the decree of the President of Azerbaijan. Priority setting comes directly from the Council of Ministers, which is an indication of seriousness with the mine action is taken and its central importance to the success of wider governmental agencies for reconstruction in the liberated areas. The Cabinet of Ministers is the highest executive body within the government. The nature of mine and explosive remnants of war problem in Azerbaijan is such that there is a very clear and direct relationship between outputs of the system, outputs of the survey and clearance operations and benefits of returnees and the wider socio-economic system. Every area that is released is promptly used for constructing roads, railways, electric power lines, villages, schools, and the necessary infrastructure for the daily life, sometimes is as little as a week after demining has been completed. An annual work plan is developed and approved by the Prime Minister each December. The Cabinet of Ministers oversee everything, including demining, within the overall strategic approach, offering a degree of integration which is often difficult to achieve in mine action programs in other countries. Each area of land has its ministerial owner who submits it requesting reconstruction work within an agreed priority list with mine action support work planned in advance as necessary. It is often said that mine action needs to be mainstreamed into development. In Azerbaijan, this has been achieved to an exceptional degree. It will remain that way for the foreseeable future. The key challenges are of ensuring that the scaling up of capacity keeps pace with the urgent demands for reconstruction and development, while maintaining quality, safety, and environmental standards. The support from so many of the governments, organizations, and in some cases individuals present today at this conference is of utmost value to Azerbaijan. I offer my grateful thanks for your past, current, and future support to this essential work. And taking this opportunity, I would also like to propose that at the end of the conference, we summarize the findings and action points from all the panel discussions that we will have today in the conference, and endorse it in endorse our recommendations and conclusions in the form of the statement. Could you?
Thank you, Samir, for that very concrete recommendation. And again, thank you for highlighting the fact that mine action is a team effort involving coordination and cooperation with numerous stakeholders at all levels. So thank you so much. I will then turn the floor to Major General. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Sağ olun, minnətdarım sizə. İlkin olaraq məlumat vermək istəyirəm ki, Azərbaycan ordusu mühəndis qoşunları 1992-ci ildə yaranmasına baxmayaraq, bu axırı 2 ildə gördüyü qədər kütləvi iş görməmişdir. Yəni, mina təmizləməyə görə. Keçmiş Sovet İttifaqının ambarlarının təmizlənməsindən başqa, digər mina təmizləmə işlərini yerinə yetirməmişdir. Lakin 44 günlük müharibədən sonra öz döyüş tapşırığı ilə yanaşı, mühəndis qoşunları humanitar mina təmizləməyə, işğal olmuş ərazilərin minalardan və partlamamış döyüş sularından təmizlənməyə öz töhfəsini verməyə çalışmışdır. Belə ki, 10 noyabr 2020-ci ildən bugünkü günə görə bu rəqəm bir dəfə deyildi. 14.470 hektar ərazi təmizlənmiş və 17.563 mina və digər partlamamış döyüş ruhsatı aşkar edilib məhv edilmişdir. Bizim şəxsi heyət üçün də bu yeni bir tapşırıq edir. Əsasən də baxmayaraq ki, 98-ci ildə ANAMA yana biz onlarla qarşılıqlı əlaqədə treninqlər, tədbirlər keçirdik. Sağ olsun, mən Vüqar müəllimə minnətdarım. Bir çox zabitlərimiz, şəxsi heyətimiz, əskərlərimiz onların treninqinin əsasında humanitar mina təmizləmədə bir uğurlar qazanıblar. Bugünkü gün ərzində 5 mühəndis qoşunları hal-hazırda 5 mina təmizləmə texnikası, ANAMA'da akreditasiya olunmuş 5 baş mina axtaran it, 450 nəfər əməliyyat heyəti və 380 nəfər istehkamçı ilə mina təmizləmə işləri yerinə yetirir. Bundan əlavə müxtəlif mina təmizləmə cihazları, mühafizə kostyumları və digər şeylər alınmışdır. Əlavə olaraq ən böyük nailiyyətlərin biri mühəndis qoşunların ANAMA ilə humanitar mina təmizləmə inteqrasiyasında informasiya mübadiləsi və hesabat ərazilərin təhvil və hesabat sənədlərinin eyni vahid qaydada tərtibatıdır. Təklif ən çox bizə lazım olan mühəndis qoşunlarına bu treninqin keçirilmələrdir, humanitar mina təmizləməyə görə. Standart əməliyyatlar prosedurlarının qaydalarını bilməkdir. Ali Başkomandan Cənab Prezidentin əmri ilə humanitar mina təmizləməyə, inteqrasiya eləmək üçün mühəndis qoşunlarında ayrıca bir xüsusi mina təmizləmə bir taboru yaranmışdır. Hal-hazırda o Ağdam rayonunda öz fəaliyyətini davam etdirir. Mənim təklifim yeni bir inovativ bir texnologiyaları buradan müzakirə eləmək, onlardan bir Azərbaycanın mina təmizləməsində istifadə etmək və digər beynəlxalq təcrübədə öyrənməkdir. Minnətdarım.
Major General, thank you so much. It was music in my ears to hear how the Army now is integrating and cooperating with ANAMA. Your support, your involvement in humanitarian mine action is critical. You possess so much experience, knowledge and information that we desperately need to make sound decisions in the field, especially related to land release. So thank you so much. Okay, with that, I will open up for a few quick questions. I'm very conscious of time. I know we're going to have a gala dinner at 8. I don't want to miss it. So that means we will have to try to stick to the time. But I think it's important to open up for a few quick questions from the floor. Thank you. The German ambassador, please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much for this very interesting contributions in this panel discussion. I just want to refer to Ms. Laila's request on the better funding for demining in general, but also referring to Hikmet Haji's contribution this time. The German government has put a lot of emphasis on the future funding for demining. The federal government has in Germany adopted a new strategy on humanitarian demining, which goes with an increase of our contribution already back in 2020. Germany was with 44 million euros annually one of the second biggest contributors to demining activities. In the current budget negotiations, this amount is increased up to 60 million euros. But on the other hand, we are, of course, also focusing on this area, reflecting the fact that this is one of the most heavily mined areas worldwide. So we take this into regard. There are several projects already planned for this area. On the other hand, we know that it will be much easier to attract additional funding if countries who are not yet party of the Ottawa Convention will consider to exceed this convention. Germany will have the chairman of the Ottawa Convention in November this year, starting November this year, and I'm convinced that the process of enlarging the members of the Ottawa Convention, but also the Oslo Convention on cluster ammunition, will make additional contributions worldwide also for this region more probable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. And it will be great to get Germany on the team. You are one of the biggest supporters of mine action. So we are, of course, very eager to see that you are supporting this region, even though we are not, this region is not on your top 10 priority countries, I know. But anyway, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, please, Matthew.
Good morning. Thank you for your contributions. I just wanted to ask Mr. Hewitson particularly a point about the all reasonable effort. I think that's an admirable commitment and also part of the regulations to ensure that actions have been taken as is legally possible to ensure that an area is cleared to prevent any kind of litigation or indeed criminal actions being taken against organisations that engage in mine action. But we have seen in recent weeks in the United Kingdom Some countries have decided to use the laws of their own land against people with dual nationalities and applying different standards of the law. I'm particularly talking about Nazanin Zaghari Ratcliffe. And my point is, do we need, as part of these conventions and regulations, a standard for all countries to accept the legal liability to have the balance of, as you said, all reasonable efforts that land has been cleared to prevent any kind of confrontation through the legal system or indeed through litigation?
Yes, thank you very much. I think it's a very important point. I mean, plainly, the laws of Azerbaijan are the ones that apply in Azerbaijan, and they are the ones that provide the foundation upon which the National Mine Action Programme functions and within which there is approval of the national standards. It's recognized in the international mine action standards that different countries have different legal systems, and the way in which questions of liability are addressed can vary from country to country. I think what is important at an operational level is that the people who take the decisions about releasing land are confident that they will not be unreasonably held liable if something goes wrong in the future. Now, of course, within the, typically within the national standards, there are clear guidelines on what constitutes all reasonable effort. And the intent is that any operating organization that can demonstrate through documented evidence that they have applied all of that effort should not unreasonably be held liable. However, it's also recognized that the real world is not always as clearly defined as that. And I think one of the things for any government to consider is opportunities to demonstrate that the system can be trusted, because I think that will do more to encourage efficient land release decision making than almost anything else. As I said in my earlier points, it's essential that there is a comprehensive information management system that is used constantly and comprehensively to support those decisions, to provide that evidence of all reasonable effort. But the other side of the equation is that people trust the system. So it's hard to know what sort of opportunities those might be, but if they arise, I think I would recommend to any government they look for mechanisms to reassure people that they will not unreasonably be held liable for their decisions. Because in the absence of that, what we will see is that scenario described where the tendency will be to clear land that does not need it in order for individuals to be more confident that they won't get into trouble. And that is, it's understandable, but it's inefficient. And while that situation continues, it means that the money that is being spent on mine action, the resources that are available, are not achieving as much benefit for the people of the country as they could do.
Thank you, David, for that short and concise answer. Time is of essence. I think we will end here. I know especially this last topic and question will be addressed also when we move into the next session on land release and technical survey. So you can keep some of your questions for next section. I will also drop any kind of summary now. I will leave that for the tour de table. Then we also have an opportunity to summarize the various sessions. So I think I'll just thank you all the distinguished panelists for your very insightful interventions. Thanks for questions. And then I will hand over to our next moderator for the next session. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you so much.
Now, And our next session is Mine Action in Azerbaijan, Opportunities and Challenges. Please welcome moderator of this panel, Mr. Farid Shafiev, Chairman of the Center of Analysis of International Relations. Let's please welcome speakers, Mark Boswell, Strategic Advisor, UNDP, Greg Grauser, Director of Programs, MAC, Alice Baker, Executive Director, the Marshall Legacy Institute, and Jay Singh, Missioner Director, USAID. Please welcome on the floor and start your topic discussions.
Welcome to the second panel, which is entitled Mine Action in Azerbaijan, Opportunities and Challenges. Indeed, we've heard during introduction that the scope of mine problem in Azerbaijan is huge. Just would like to quote Heidi Kuhn, the founder of the Roots for Peace organization. She mentioned that she traveled to many places around the globe, to Afghanistan, Zimbabwe, Bosnia, Croatia, but the most serious problem with mines she has seen in Azerbaijan. We today have discussion about what will be the scope of financial assistance, scope of technical assistance, and we have several questions. I'm just throwing into the discussions, and we have the indeed panel of excellent experts in the field. What's the mining toolbox? Issues like technical survey, innovative methods, how to utilize military capacities in humanitarian mine action. One of the urgent tasks for the mining is because for 30 years displaced people lived in different places of Azerbaijan. Now it's the time, and there is sort of public pressure that people would like to return to their places, to their residences, especially the senior people. I had a chance to visit several places, Agdam, Fizuli. By the way, my great father hometown is Shusha, is not so affected by the landmines, but some other places I know from close friends, especially the seniors, they indeed eager to return as quickly as possible because they're afraid that they won't see those places. But mines still poses a serious threat. So let me start with the online connection. We have again, so I just would like to check with the technical team. Everything is ready? So I just would like to again to invite Heidi Kuhn to say a few words about the topic. Yes, hello? We don't hear, just...
Hello, can you see?
Yes, we hear now. Yes, please.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is my greatest honor to address you from California. For on the 1st of March, International Women's Month, I had the honor and privilege of being led by ANAMA and the International Eurasia Press Fund to the minefields of Azerbaijan, particularly Karabakh. I've walked many minefields in my life, and to me, the devastation which you saw mile after mile after mile is a call to action for humanity. The call to action for the Sustainable Development Goal is a serious one, as we are witnessing in Ukraine and worldwide. In 1997, I began Roots of Peace with a vision of turning mines to vines. It was shortly after the tragic death of the late Princess Diana, who catapulted the issue of landmines to the forefront of the international agenda and brought to my consciousness the fact that there are an estimated, again, 60 million landmines silently poised in 60 countries. A quarter of a century later, I continue our work with Roots of Peace, reclaiming the land, and tragically, those numbers have not improved to a mine-free world yet. I began my footsteps of the first millennium in Croatia in January 2000. There were an estimated 1.2 million landmines, UXOs and cluster munitions left behind from the Balkan War. And through Cromac and the generosity of the Napa Valley vintners and Mijenko Grgic, who was Croatian-born, who won the Paris tasting, put these beautiful wines on the map. He went to his homeland and was devastated, much like Karabakh, to see where these beautiful vineyards had once flourished were now mine-affected lands. I look back at Croatia now and think in the past 25 years, we have now seen that country go to one of the top tourist destinations in the world. So I believe that peace is possible, but only the underpinning of peace begins with the removal of a single landmine, and the planting of a single grapevine is an act of peace. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I continued this journey shortly after 9/11 to Afghanistan, the most heavily mined country in the world today. An estimated 10 million landmines, yet conversely, it is a country which is the highest agricultural production and source of jobs. And I'm very grateful to those in the audience for today, even though the fall of Kabul happened on August 15th, 2021, Roots of Peace has continued to train over 8,000 farmers. And we have helped to keep the economy going with $10 million in agribusiness and sales. Now, while we cannot export, what we did achieve is the business of peace. Throughout the past 20 years, with the funding from USAID, currently I manage $30 million under contract and $45 million from US Department of State, INL, International Narcotics and Law Enforcement. We are restoring these lands that are riddled with landmines and restoring Afghanistan to the breadbasket of Central Asia, to the garden of Central Asia. And we took the exports from $250 million in 2014 to over $1.4 billion. Now, as I went through the beautiful grape vineyards of Karabakh that once flourished when Ahmud was a young boy, I realized that peace is possible, but only from the bottom up. The business of peace we need to focus on as we now enter the United Nations Landmine Awareness Month is to bring forth and call forth the Sustainable Development Goal number 18. I think this is so absolutely important so that we lift up these countries where we're currently working. In the 1970s, when I was a student at the University of California, Berkeley, the Vietnam War raged. Yet, in Vietnam today, we are training over 10,000 farmers. And with support from our partners with MAG, we are removing over the landmines, over 100,000 landmines and UXOs and cluster munitions remain in Quang Tri province. 80% of the land is still riddled with these explosive remnants of war. But the best black pepper in the world grows in Vietnam, and we are exporting, again, that beautiful black pepper and selling it on supermarket shelves. In conclusion, I would like to say that we consider what is happening, the horrors of war that we are all witnessing in Ukraine. And remember that this is the spring planting season. We must lead with shovels and not swords, and realize that this country that is so agriculturally productive, 10% of the world's wheat is grown in Ukraine, 15% of the world's corn, and half of the world's sunflower oil. Now, if we cannot plant, we reap what we sow in the fall and the harvest. I look forward to working with my partners, with the International Eurasia Press Fund and ANAMA, to seek a harvest of hope. It will take time, it will take patience, it will take money, but Azerbaijan should be ground zero for the potential of turning mines to vines. And while we do not ferment the beautiful fresh grapes that flourish in the Shamali plains north of Kabul, we are training over 1 million farmers and families in Afghanistan. And we need to double down on the investment in peace. And I am so proud of our partnership with UNDP and CBARD. We again are leading with the shovel rather than the swords. I'd like to quote the Isaiah Wall, located across the street from the United Nations. In 2002, it was graciously bestowed to Roots of Peace by the late Secretary General Kofi Annan and Mayor Michael Bloomberg. The words etched in stone are respected today from the Old Testament, whether we're Christian, Jewish, Muslim, or people with just good hearts. Those words I quote, "May they beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks, so that nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore." Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Indeed, you mentioned that, for example, in Croatia, it took 25 years to make a job. Indeed, we're looking for probably lengthy process also in Azerbaijan, taking into account the scale of landmines planted. That means, this conference probably should be annual for the long term. That's one important issue. The second, the financial and both technical assistance probably needs more public awareness campaign, and organizations like yours and other NGOs indeed can help Azerbaijan to raise public awareness globally and regionally, and I don't know, with the goal to create trust fund or something like that to support the annually landmine activities. Thank you very much. Now,
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to give the floor to Mark Buswell, Strategic Advisor of UNDP. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Farid. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, I have the incredible good fortune of working daily and closely with ANAMA and learning and understanding the magnitude of the problems and challenges that they're facing on a daily basis. ANAMA was charged in January 2021 and mandated by presidential decree to take responsibility for the mine action problem within Azerbaijan and the Karabakh as a significant challenge with a number of areas to develop and coordinate. I'm going to focus more on the challenges and problems that they're facing on the ground to better get to grips with the problem, better utilize the resources that they have available to them. As we've touched on a number of times already, we've touched on the scale and the problem, and I think those of us that were fortunate enough or had the opportunity yesterday to go to Agdam and have a look at the problem saw a snapshot of the magnitude and complexity of the problem that they are facing to release this land and to facilitate the government's objectives of rehabilitating and repatriating over 500,000 people. At this time, the area of Karabakh is currently unoccupied and the population are no longer present there. Yet in the last 14 months, 15 months, there's been over 200 accidents. We can only look forward and fearfully consider what might happen when we repatriate 500,000 people into that area. One of the key challenges that are being faced at the moment is to define and delineate the actual contamination, because the information available is so scarce. And we've looked at, and David touched on the issues of all reasonable effort and what we can do to effectively, safely and efficiently release this land back to productive use. As we've looked at in the earlier panelists is the requirement to have a holistic approach that's linked closely with the standards to ensure that we have this safe return of land and to ensure that we do this efficiently and effectively as we can. I want to take a little bit of opportunity to draw on the standards, which I think are so important to how we move forward, how we develop our methodologies and our approaches and our integration of new technologies into the land release process. So I'll not apologise, but I will really take out a few of the standards definitions and some of the criteria that are in place within the standards. And I'll start with land release. Land release defined in the National Mine Action Requirements are the process of applying all reasonable effort to identify, define and remove all presence and suspicion of EO through NTS, TS and clearance. Part of that process, what I want to focus on a little bit here is the NTS element of it. NTS is defined as the collection, analysis of data without the use of technical interventions about the presence, type, distribution, surrounding environment of EO contamination in order to define better where EO contamination is present and where it is not, and to support land release prioritization and decision-making processes through the provision of evidence. So I want to highlight a couple of key points in there. This is the opportunity to identify where the presence of EO is not, and the process of provision through evidence. Effective NTS is an essential component of the overall process of applying all reasonable effort within the land release process. NTS not only relates to the field visits to affected communities and potentially hazard areas, it also includes desktop activities associated with identifying, collecting, analysing and sharing findings from the relevant information. And hopefully this will become a little bit apparent as we move forward. So the purpose of the NTS, as defined in the National Mine Action Standards, is identifying and reporting SHAs, which we'll cover in a minute, and CHAs not recorded during previous surveys. Assessing whether previously reported SHAs or CHAs remain contaminated. Refining the original size or limits of reported SHAs or CHAs. Providing information about the type and nature of the hazard. Identifying areas where further investigation is required. Making recommendations on the most suitable assets and subsequent technical survey and clearance methods. Marking, identifying and reporting socioeconomic indicators and threat factors, identifying and reporting information to support efficient and effective planning and subsequent land release activities, and releasing through cancellation reported SHAs and CHAs no longer pose an EO threat. All of those are relevant in building criteria and categorization for supporting all reasonable effort. So we further go on to define the suspect hazard areas, which refers to an area where there is a reasonable suspicion of EO contamination, and on the basis of indirect evidence of the presence of EO, explosive ordnance, examples which will include potentially productive land not being in use adjacent to productive land, verbal reports from the local population, and former combatants and other relevant sources of human information, proximity to trench lines and military positions, installations, accidents and incident data, visible observations, including from UAVs and potential components, areas of known combat activity involving the use of weapons that can lead to the presence of UXO. Evidence of previous surveys did not conclude or did not include direct evidence of EO contamination. The term confirmed hazardous area refers to an area where the presence of EO contamination has confirmed on the basis of direct evidence of the presence of explosive ordnance, and examples include visual observations including UAVs and EO parts, fragments and EO craters, visible observations including UAVs, components, etc., visible evidence of detonations, EO accidents, presence of mine signs, including informal signs, mine fences, ancillary equipment, etc. Available EO records, which we've touched on also from our previous panelists. And then we move on to the term cancelled land, which refers to the defined area concluded not to contain evidence of EO contamination following the non-technical survey of an SHA or CHA. And for land to be released by cancellation following NTS, mine action managers shall provide documented evidence that efforts applied could reasonably have been expected to identify evidence of contamination or reasonable effort. If it had been present, in order to do so, authorities, organisations and agencies shall provide documented evidence that adequate effort has been put into collecting, assessing the reliability and analysing the evidence used as the basis of cancellation and recommendation, areas where no evidence of contamination was found and could therefore be reasonably assessed as containing no contamination. Another important aspect that we touched on in the previous panel discussion was liability, and the ANAMA, National Mine Action Recommendations define liability. An organisation shall not be liable for the consequence of any discovery of EO in released land if it can be shown through documented evidence that the requirements for all reasonable effort detailed in the NTS and other chapters of the ANAMA were applied at the site where EO was discovered, including evidence of acceptance of released land by external monitors and other authorised representatives. And lastly, we're going to look at what the standards say about all reasonable effort. The effort referred to in the phrase all reasonable effort relates to the combined sum of enabling and operational activities and decisions that contribute to the land release process at an operational site. Most of the effort relates to the collection and use of information to support decision making. Documented application of the NTS activities based on thorough and effective identification, collection, analysis and available information by trained, competent personnel working for accredited organisations using approved SOPs and employing authorised NTS assets in accordance with the requirements of this and other ANMAR chapters shall be accepted as demonstrating the application of all reasonable effort within the land release process. I appreciate your patience on me going through those, but hopefully the significance will become relevant as we move on. And we start to look at how we can develop mechanisms and technologies and processes to do effective land release. ANAMA are very receptive and have taken some serious leads in utilizing technology, some of which we saw yesterday in the form of drone technology. Other things that we are discussing or we have discussions on at the moment is the use of geospatial data, looking at land use and other GIS and geospatial remote sensing capabilities that are used in other industries or other fields that might support those decisions and answer some of those criteria that we've discussed in the standards. Overlaying that data with other data such as open source contamination and combat indicator data that you can find on certain places. And then the direct data that we saw being utilized with the RAMS technology and the drone flying systems that were being used. And obviously we will never replace the human intervention of an NTS, where we need to ground truth what we're finding on with the remote sensing and remote data. However, all of these systems combined could potentially satisfy the compliance with the standards and lead to an ability to redefine the suspect hazard areas to a more manageable state where the assets can be more effectively reduced. So reversing this situation around a little bit, I probably have some questions that I would like to throw out. If that's okay with you, Farid. Yeah. So drawing on the collective wisdom of many of the members here, I'd like to potentially pose a couple of questions such as, what criteria for land release satisfies all reasonable effort? How can we best ensure quality of these activities? Does the NTS field survey methodologies that are traditionally applied need revising, questioning and adapting? So these are questions that we're asking each and every day when we're having our working groups and our discussions in ANAMA to try and ensure that we can satisfy and reduce the number of hectares that has to be processed physically with manual, mechanical or canine efforts, which are more time consuming and take a lot more, for want of a better word, a lot more effort. So that are the main things that I wanted to touch on when we looked at the land release issue. The challenges are quite simple. It's the scale and complexity of the contamination, how we reduce it, and the lack of information that's immediately available that would traditionally be available in most scenarios. What are the opportunities to apply land release? These are my opinions. Increase the use of technology and methodologies. Significantly utilize information management to optimize the ability to demonstrate and audit and show what we've done. And also look at opportunities where we can develop a strategy in which a wider support can be brought in from outside, such as creating a donor strategy or as was mentioned earlier, with the development of a trust fund. Thank you for it.
Well, thank you very much. And again, thank you, UNDP, for leadership and for your presentation. Indeed, you touched upon some specific questions. Now, indeed, we are in the domain of professionals, professional discussion, not just, let's say, what we can term as a PR. It's not PR, it is concrete questions, and we need to think about the answers and the responses to this question. You mentioned about necessity of holistic approach. Hopefully, with such a wide range of experts, which we have today at the conference, we indeed working toward that goal. Now I would like to give the floor to Greg Crowther, Director of Programs at Mine Action Group from UK. Just would like to mention that I met with a representative of MAG last year, almost a year ago. It's one of the earliest and one of the organizations which probably the first maybe responded to the appeal of the government of Azerbaijan to render assistance in landmines, actions. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Farid. That's a warm welcome. Mark's gone into a lot of detail there about the survey process and various elements of land release, and I'll be quite swift, knowing that it's a good opportunity to take some questions and maybe have a bit of a discussion at the end. I'll do a quick introduction. I'm from MAG. We're one of the world's largest mine action organizations. We work in around 30 countries, conducting survey, clearance of mines, cluster munitions, other explosive ordnance, as well as delivering risk education to at-risk communities and supporting local partners and national authorities through training and capacity building activities. As you mentioned, our first engagement in Azerbaijan was actually in 2000, when we worked with a national organization, Relief Azerbaijan, over several years to provide technical training and support in their demining activities. And some of those people I know are still with ANAMA and indeed are in the room, I think, today, which is a testament to their commitment to removing the threat of mines and explosive ordnance over many, many years. More recently, we've been working closely with ANAMA to understand how best we can support their efforts to deal with the challenge facing them in Karabakh, which is a huge amount of complex contamination across a large area, and it's obviously now accessible in the liberated territories, and we saw some of that, a snapshot of that, as you say, yesterday, which was really fascinating. We are currently providing 2 technical advisors to ANAMA with the generous support of the United States Department of State and the Canadian government, and they are focused on the training of supervisors, operational managers, which are a critical part of the ongoing expansion of ANAMA's clearance capacity. And this work, I think, highlights one of the challenges facing Azerbaijan, which is addressing the legacy of this conflict through the expansion of the national clearance capacity. But that this expansion on this scale, it requires more than just the recruitment and training of deminers. Developing and supporting team leaders, supervisors, operations managers is critical to a safe and efficient clearance process and a really challenging part of a large-scale expansion like this. We've worked in coordination with ANAMA to identify areas on which to focus this training and to strengthen core competencies and skills: task planning, site management, reporting, integrated operational management, quality assurance, and so on. There's currently 20 ANAMA staff that are being trained in Horadiz, provided with the skills required to manage and oversee large clearance sections within ANAMA. And this represents a really significant opportunity to establish a strong foundation for a sustainable national capacity. And I'm really delighted that MAG is able to work with ANAMA again to achieve this shared goal. Speaking slightly more broadly, and it won't be long, I'd just like to draw on MAG's experience from other contexts and to mention briefly some of the common challenges that face countries that deal with significant amounts of contamination from mines and other ordnance. These have been touched on before, by other speakers, and I hope we'll have a chance to talk about them further. The first is survey. We've mentioned that data, information from a number of sources needs to be drawn upon to establish a clearer picture of the nature and the scope of the contamination. This survey information provides the foundation for determining national strategies, for determining annual work plans, for tasking, priorities, and so on, and really helps ensure that existing clearance resources and assets can be used efficiently. The work being supported here by UNDP and ANAMA to establish a survey process is a great opportunity to get this picture in place and better understand overall needs and priorities. What our experience in other contexts tells us, though, Angola, Cambodia, Sri Lanka, is that survey needs to be seen as a process that has to take place as part of and throughout the land release process, right up to the very end. New information is always likely to appear and improve our understanding of the overall picture. The initial survey process done well is critical to establishing a baseline, but it can't be seen as a final and definitive picture of contamination. A second general challenge is the one mentioned again by previous speakers, is ensuring that the variety of operational approaches and processes available are being used to release land in the most efficient way possible. The openness of ANAMA to use different tools and technologies, detection dogs, mechanical assets, drones that we saw yesterday, really is to be strongly welcomed, and it provides a tremendous foundation for a best practice approach to land release that ensures we can get the job done in the most efficient manner. Learning from other contexts and making sure that the lessons we can learn from them are appropriate for the context in Azerbaijan, it is important to build confidence in a strong land release process that combines cancellation and reduction through NTS and TS, as Mark talked about in detail, and is based on a good understanding of risk management processes. I want to reiterate one point which David mentions. It is critical that the team leaders, the supervisors and the ops managers on the ground who are making these decisions around what they're seeing, what their experience tells them, and the risks that they're assessing on a daily basis are empowered and supported to make those decisions. That is the basis of a good land release process, that they feel that the structures and processes around quality assurance and the standards and liability are in place that allows them to make good quality decisions based on the experience they have working day to day in a minefield. This is a great opportunity to use a wide variety of assets, a tremendously strong human resource base that ANAMA has, supported by the military, to showcase excellence in mine action. It will enhance the reconstruction, return and development process, create a safe environment for the people of Azerbaijan. And as I say, thank you again very much to ANAMA and UNDP for organizing this conference, for giving me an opportunity to speak today, and I look forward to discussions and further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Elise Becker, Executive Director of the Marshall Legacy Institute.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I am the Executive Director of the Marshall Legacy Institute. We are a US-based nonprofit organization. We're actually named after George Marshall and the Marshall Plan, so really the spirit of our organization is in helping countries coming out of conflict help themselves. And that's reflected in capacity building, and I was pleased to hear comments from Leila on the previous panel about national ownership, and there have been other comments about capacity building for Azerbaijan. One of the programs that we're most well known for is our mine detection dog program. Marshall Legacy Institute really believes in the value of dogs as a critical tool in landmine detection and in the deminer's toolkit, as they do help to accelerate the pace of landmine clearance operations. MLI's model for this program provides dogs as well as training to local demining organizations in countries around the world. We have provided nearly 280 of these life-saving dogs to date to about a dozen countries around the world. And we utilize a public-private partnership model. So with public funds, we are able to leverage private contributions. And in fact, most of the 280 dogs that Marshall Legacy Institute has provided to countries around the world have actually been sponsored by private American donors. So those include schools, companies, foundations, and individuals. So we do a lot of outreach around the United States to get private citizens and communities interested and aware of the landmine issue and wanting to help. Here in Azerbaijan, now we have had a mine detection dog program partnership with ANAMA since 2005, where we have helped to develop and then subsequently expand their mine detection dog capacity. ANAMA is one of MLI's oldest partners. We're very proud of our partnership with ANAMA. They've been excellent stewards of the gifts of the mine detection dogs that we have provided to them. To date, we've provided ANAMA with 60 mine detection dogs, and we were pleased to launch a new 2-year partnership in 2021 with ANAMA to provide additional MDDs to help ANAMA address their operational needs and the additional contamination. This 2-year partnership leverages funding from Azerbaijan itself, as well as funding from the private US sector. And ANAMA's dogs have been very productive. The reports that we get back from the organization indicate very high productivity and well over 29 million square meters that have been searched by their dogs here in Azerbaijan. MLI does have other programs that we implement in other mine and conflict-affected countries. These include educational virtual exchange programs between students in the United States and students living in mine-affected countries. This program is called CHAMPS, which is the Children Against Mines program. And CHAMPS is really a way to engage young people, students, in the landmine issue, and encourage their involvement in landmine awareness campaigns, fundraising campaigns for dogs, fundraising campaigns to help landmine survivors. We're very grateful to the US government for funding CHAMP programs over the years, including a program we currently have in Bosnia-Herzegovina. And we also have programs to provide medical and vocational assistance to landmine survivors. So I'll speak just very briefly about what I see as opportunities here in Azerbaijan for mine action. One opportunity is to expand partnerships, and there's been a lot of discussion about partnerships and partnership building in mine action, and so I think there is continued opportunity here in Azerbaijan to expand our partnerships for mine action focused programs. These could include education programs such as CHAMPS or other programs to engage people in the landmine issue, as well as engaging more institutions in mine action, and to provide additional support to ANAMA, to the government of Azerbaijan as required and as requested. I know that part of this conference is to connect, make discussions to connect mine clearance to the Sustainable Development Goals, so there are certainly opportunities to really explore the connections between mine clearance and sustainable development and the Sustainable Development Goals, much of which has already been discussed on panels. And then the work that's going on to help kind of redevelop and rewrite new SOPs as they apply to dogs, for example, and other aspects of mine action is another opportunity to continue to make better mine action in Azerbaijan. We really consider ANAMA as a very highly capable and highly competent organization in the many years that we have been partnered with them. And we look forward to continuing to support ANAMA in their efforts to rid Azerbaijan of landmines. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Indeed, important point about educational program, public awareness campaign. Our next speaker is Michael Tier, Program Manager for Europe in Office of Weapons Removal, U.S. Department of State.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know that I'm the last speaker standing between you and lunch, so I will keep it relatively brief. But first, I just wanted to extend my thanks to ANAMA and also UNDP for hosting this event and for offering the U.S. Department of State the opportunity to participate in this panel discussion. And thank you as well for hosting the informative trip yesterday to Ogdam. So my name is Michael Thierry, and I'm the Program Manager for Europe in the State Department's Office of Weapons Removal and Abatement. I'm here today with my colleague Kelly Matanen, visiting from Washington, D.C., where we manage U.S. demining assistance for various countries across Europe. I'm here today to share some thoughts on the challenges and opportunities for the future of demining in Azerbaijan, but also to make it clear that the United States intends to make humanitarian mine action a pillar of our cooperation with Azerbaijan. I'd like to commend the courageous work of ANAMA, as well as everyone else who has joined in this massive effort to help make territory in the conflict-affected areas safe for the voluntary return of displaced persons. Tragically, more than 200 Azerbaijanis have been killed or injured by either landmines or unexploded ordnance since the November 9 trilateral arrangement. The United States expresses its deep condolences and thoughts to all of those who have been traumatically affected by these incidents. In addition to tragically killing and maiming civilians, landmines also block economic development and impede the safe return of displaced communities. The United States recognizes the massive scope of the landmine problem in the conflict-affected areas, and we've heard initial estimates from demining experts that Azerbaijan may now be one of the top 10 most landmine-contaminated countries in the world. Especially in our mutual interest to save lives and support displaced persons being able to return, the United States government, as well as the American people, have joined the effort to support humanitarian mine action in the conflict-affected areas. On November 6, 2021, the United States announced $500,000 for humanitarian demining operations in areas affected by the fall 2020 intensive fighting between Armenian and Azerbaijani forces in the South Caucasus. A portion of this funding, coupled with financial assistance from Canada, is being used to support the Mine Advisory Group's project to train ANAMA demining supervisors and assist ANAMA in the development of a field manual encompassing standard operating procedures, which are in turn based on the updated national standards currently under review. MAG has been on the ground in Azerbaijan since January, where, as Greg mentioned, a MAG country director and 2 technical advisors are hard at work with ANAMA implementing these capacity building measures that will improve the efficiency and effectiveness of humanitarian demining operations. And as we heard from Elise, in August 2021, the American NGO Marshall Legacy Institute, which has a 15-year relationship with ANAMA, signed a memorandum of understanding to deliver 30 mine detection dogs by July 2023. To date, 20 of these mine detection dogs have been delivered, 12 of which were funded by ANAMA and the other 18 by private donors in the United States. These hero canines are valued at $25,000 each and are one of the best demining tools available to certify large areas such as fields to be clear of mines. The United States is the world's single largest donor to conventional weapons destruction, investing over $4 billion in more than 100 countries since 1993 to promote international peace and security by addressing the threats that landmines and unexploded ordnance pose to civilians. The United States remains committed to supporting humanitarian mine action in the conflict-affected areas, aimed at building the technical capacity of demining organizations and clearing deadly landmines and unexploded ordnance. These efforts will play a critical role in bolstering human security and enabling displaced persons to return to their homes and rebuild their lives safely. The task ahead is a daunting one that will likely last a decade at great financial cost. But if we all work together in a coordinated manner and continue to improve efficiency and effectiveness, we will one day see an Azerbaijan free from landmine contamination. And to wrap up, I would like to offer just a few thoughts on how we can address this challenge and take advantage of the opportunities at hand. First, we should continue to increase technical level cooperation between the demining NGOs, companies, and government of Azerbaijan stakeholders, such as by establishing or strengthening technical working groups. We have a great depth of expertise from throughout the world represented in today's conference, and this is an incredible asset that we should use to its full potential. The reality is that many of these partnerships are just forming now, and it's a critical moment to synchronize our efforts and leverage each other's respective strengths and value add. Second, we should continue strengthening ANAMA's technical capacity so that new and existing technologies and assets are used in an optimal manner. The adoption of the national demining standards will be a significant milestone in this regard, such as by formalizing the principle of land release, which is used successfully around the world and a proven method for safely returning land to productive use. And if I could offer just one recommendation for how we wrap up this conference, I think the principle of land release keeps coming up in various panelists' remarks as a due out from this conference. And finally, we can greatly accelerate clearance rates and support ANAMA's mission through demining NGOs participating directly in demining operations. This will provide yet another opportunity to share best practices and improve efficiency, and will be attractive for other international donors being able to chip in towards demining efforts. Thank you, and I look forward to hearing the rest of the discussions today.
Well, thank you very much for traveling from Washington and deliver this presentation. Thank you to all panelists. Now we finished with all panels. Now we have opportunity to ask questions. And if you allow me to use this privilege as a moderator, I have question. Probably depends who would like to respond. We discussed security dimension, land release dimension of the landmines activity, anti-landmines activity, demining. But one important issue is the environment. What's the impact on environment? Because there are always explosions and the contaminations. Didn't much hear so far about this issue. Any comments on that? Maybe we'll start. Who would like, or maybe we'll start with you, Mark.
Thanks, Farid. I think the issue of environmental impact is becoming more and more pertinent in the activities we do, and we've very recently completed a project looking at environmental impact, in which we looked at methodologies that we could employ, or more of a risk assessment on how we conduct our activities to do no harm and to ensure our activities have minimal impact and reduce that impact on the environment. So we have looked at it. It is an area that's considered, and we are looking at mechanisms of how we can also better record that. I don't know if that answers your question, Farid.
Any other comments? Oops.
Extremely important point, and there is, of course, the environmental chapter in IMAS, which provides a strong set of recommendations for operators with regard to integrating environmental performance management into their activities. There has been quite a lot of recent studies into the impact of explosive leaching into terrain following detonations, and that's something that we've been looking at as to how to mitigate that following large-scale demolitions, which inevitably, with the scale of contamination we have here in Azerbaijan, is going to be a factor. The land release process is critical to trying to identify the minimally intrusive method to release land. If you can cancel land, you're not doing anything to it. If you can use dogs and you can limit the amount of scrub or vegetation you need to remove that might be beneficial for the environment, that's a great asset. If you can limit using machines to areas where it will be used for ploughing anyway, and try to take it away from areas that are used for conservation or forestry, that can be great. So task planning is really critical, and that's why I go back to the comment about training and empowering that level of organizations like ANAMA or like MAG when we do the activities ourselves, to have people that are on the ground seeing it every day and given the power and the skills to make decisions about how to limit the impact of the environment as part of the demining process.
Well, thank you very much. The second question about training. I know you mentioned, Alice, you mentioned about providing dogs, and it's indeed quite essential tool. But any plans to make not just to delivering them, but to organize training here in Azerbaijan? Because as we know, it will be a long-term engagement for 10 years, 5-10 years, we don't know when we'll end. So, but here we will develop local capacities.
Sure, I can certainly speak to that in terms of our mine detection dog program with ANAMA. since we have been involved since 2005, it's not only the dogs that we've provided here, but also training to handlers, training to team leaders, training to vet techs, and other people who are part of the wider MDD capacity, also including manual deminers that have to work in conjunction with the dog teams and so forth. One of the things I've been so pleased to see every time I come back to Azerbaijan and visit the kennels and see the handlers is that they have a lot of the same people, who've been dog handlers, who've been the team leaders, the ops people for so many years. And so the training that was originally, provided in part by Marshall Legacy Institute to the personnel within ANAMA who are part of this mine detection dog capacity remains there through the people who are there, and then they are subsequently able and highly capable to train new people who come on board, new handlers and so forth. But we certainly do remain committed to providing training as requested and as required to ANAMA, as it is critical, and going back to the idea of what we're all talking about here, capacity building and making mine action and the people who work in mine action here in Azerbaijan the best that they can be.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any comments? Yes, Mr. Amirbev, Ambassador Amirbev.
Thank you, Ambassador Shafif. I also would like to thank all the panelists for excellent remarks. Question is as follows. The magnitude of contamination in Azerbaijan and the serious nature of all the challenges that were just enumerated, of course, convinces us all that this cannot be a one-off event, and it should be kind of a regular, maybe annual event to concentrate on all those challenges and opportunities. But my question is, what would be your thoughts on the feasibility of creating certain tool, not only to raise international awareness on the essential nature of this challenge, but also to help Azerbaijani government financially to tackle with the multitude of problems that we're facing. This morning we've heard the idea about creating an international trust fund which would be dedicated to Azerbaijani case. What would be your views on how possible would that be to be done, and what would it take? Who are the stakeholders besides the Azerbaijani government who should intervene in that regard, and maybe have some other ideas on how to help other potential donors to chip into this national effort? Thank you.
Yeah, anyone would like to? Yeah.
Thank you. I can start with an initial response. From the perspective of the United States government, the majority of our assistance is provided in a bilateral fashion. So the important aspect for us is the ability to coordinate with other like-minded donors. And so I think events like this are hugely important to provide an opportunity for us to touch base with the EU, the UK, other bilateral donors in that regard. And so even if there is a multilateral opportunity to contribute to demining, we understand the perspectives and gaps and opportunities at play in the demining sector. So from my perspective, that continued coordination is the most important piece as the United States considers setting up a sustainable demining program here in Azerbaijan.
Thank you. Any other comments on this?
Sorry, I know we've talked a little bit about this, and also to coordinate the contributions from multilateral or collective donors. I think it's a new one for me, but the establishment of a trust fund, I know, and the mechanism of how it would work, I think is something should be explored. It's worth looking at how it would be implemented on the ground and what that would transition to. But the ensuring that the donor contributions are fitting and meeting with the priorities of the National Mine Action Plan is critical as well.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? Okay, that I think none. That will finish our panel. Thank you very much for your very professional responses and presentations. Hopefully we'll continue in this spirit. Thank you very much. I think it's now lunchtime, and probably I will announce that.
Dear participants, please take your seats. We will start in 2 minutes. Dear guests and participants, please take your seats. It's time for next session. First of all, we have short remarks that dear valued participants and dear panel members, to keep to the conference agenda, we would like to ask the panel members to keep the panel short. Please also note that after the conference, finalists, we kindly invite you to gala dinner. The guests will be eating in front of lobby at 6:30. And now I would like to present next panel session. It's about Mine Action and Development Panel. Our moderator, Charubis, Deputy Resident Representative UNDP. And here is, like the speakers, Fariz Ismailzadeh, Executive Vice Rector Adam, Lucy Pinchers, Project Manager of Mine Action Review, Jasmine Ganeshalingmam, Desk Officer, and Falklands Demining Program Lead, Emil Hassanov, National Consultant, UNDP. Thank you for all, and let's start our next session.
All right. Good afternoon and welcome to this session. An after lunch session. It's going to focus on a very important topic on the SDGs and how mine action work links towards our global goals and Agenda 2030. We've already introduced the panel, but because of the time duration, we'll try and make our panels very short, but we'll give the speakers enough chance. So therefore, I'd like to just start by requesting Dr. Fariz Ismailzadeh, the Executive Vice Rector of ADA University, to please give your views on the topic of this panel, which is basically around the SDGs and how mine action contributes to that from your point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, dear participants. It's kind of tough to be the first speaker after lunch, but I will try to do my best to give you the perspective of a university, because I work at university, and this issue very much concerns our university community as well. The first point I would like to say is that the repatriation of IDPs, Azerbaijani IDPs, has been one of the key policy priorities for the government of Azerbaijan as well as for international community. And in 2021, our university has been asked by government of Azerbaijan to look into this issue, to organize surveys with IDP communities to understand their concerns, needs regarding repatriation. We have visited more than 3,000 IDP families, and we have conducted face-to-face interviews with them. Try to understand what do they think about repatriation, what is their plans, what are their needs. So more than 30 questions were asked, and of course the initial reaction of the IDPs is that we are very excited to have a chance to go back to their homes. We are very excited about repatriation opportunities, but then we start asking some more detailed questions about infrastructure, about landmines, safety, security, economic opportunities, community development, and you start seeing that the number of concerns is increasing. And landmines and safety was, of course, one of the main issues affecting the rate of return. If we look at three most important factors affecting their rate of return, landmines and safety is one of them. Economic issues, economic opportunities, jobs, livelihood is another large block which affected their return rates. And finally, the third was the infrastructure, availability of housing, the utilities, roads, schools, etc. So we have studied these issues extensively, and we have published our reports which were submitted to the government of Azerbaijan. And of course, the next question is, what is the follow-up on that? What can we do to address these concerns, to address these issues? And we have issued in that report several recommendations. One of them, of course, to organize an awareness campaign with IDPs, with people who will be living in Karabakh. This awareness campaign is very important because many of them don't fully understand the risks and dangers of the landmines. They do not understand how to prevent these problems, these risks. This is especially the case among children and younger generation. So awareness campaign is very important, and here the role of universities can be very important, can be very crucial. We can utilize the network of universities where more than 100,000 young people are getting education, among them IDP kids, IDP children receiving free education. So we should utilize the network of universities and network of schools to conduct very important, very necessary awareness campaign and to educate them about the dangers of landmines, about the behavior standards, about ways to minimize risks. And this is where our university can be very helpful, and that's what we proposed. And the other, of course, suggestion was to constantly work with IDP communities about their future settlement issues, because they, in majority of the interviews, they have expressed necessity to go back to their exact villages where they came from. Now, in some areas, there will be different reconstruction of the villages, there will be combined villages, there will be new settlements. So these issues are extremely important for their future livelihoods, for their future economic opportunities, and the sense of inclusive community building. In our university, we have about 30% of the students coming from IDP families. They're getting free education, but they're also often raising issues about repatriation plans and how their future lives will be in Karabakh, especially in terms of economic opportunities and community building. So we need to utilize this student body, young generation, to address these issues. Another point I wanted to make is about the research capabilities of the universities and how we can utilize our researchers, our PhD students, our faculty members into the plans for reconstruction of Karabakh from a policy perspective. How we can study the potential of, for example, urban development or smart cities, smart villages. How should we build infrastructure in terms of roads, transport, logistics, connectivity lines? What kind of future economic clusters should be developed in Karabakh? What kind of economic sectors should be encouraged? What kind of economic models should be built in Karabakh? And this very much relates to our SDGs. SDG number 8, SDG number 10, building inclusive communities, building economic opportunities, making sure that the redevelopment efforts are also aimed at reducing inequality in those segments of population, building inclusive peace, including future relationships between Armenians and Azerbaijanis. All of these issues can be very much addressed by faculty members, by researchers. We can utilize the potential of our intellectual minds into building these models for future development of Karabakh. And here I would like to propose that, we should not, discuss these issues at the policy level in a isolated manner. We should involve academicians, we should bring researchers, we should bring data analysts and analysts in very narrow segments of a field, for example, urban planning or agriculture or water management, to address these issues. And this is what we have been planning, we have been trying to do in ADA University for the last year. We have organized a number of discussions on water issues, water scarcity issues, on energy issues in Karabakh, on peace building and inclusive community development, and finally on future economic models for Karabakh. I am going to stop here because I don't want to take much of your time, but to conclude, I want to say that these processes cannot stay away from universities, from students, from young generation, and this is where universities can be very helpful in future works. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fariz. A lot of very good points you have raised: inclusive, community development, education opportunities, many things there. Now we'll go on to our next panelist, Ms. Lucy Pinches, who's the project manager of the Mine Action Review and also a part of the Gender and Diversity Working Group, to bring your very good points into this panel, which is around, of course, focusing on the SDGs with a particular focus on gender, knowing that we need to work more to make sure that mine action work, humanitarian mine action work, has a lot of opportunities for gender-sensitive development. So over to you, Ms. Lucy.
Thank you, Sharu, and thank you also to ANAMA and to UNDP for the opportunity to be here and for hosting this very important conference. So I'm going to talk about gender in mine action, but just starting with SDG 5, a reminder that that is to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. And I think it's also good to recognise that addressing gender is also a requirement under UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security, which was adopted by the Security Council in 2000. And that specifically emphasises the need for all parties to ensure that mine action and mine awareness programmes take into account the special needs of women and girls. So SDG 5, UN Security Council Resolution 1325, and gender more broadly are very relevant for the mine action sector. And this isn't just because it's the right thing to do, it's also because there's plenty of evidence that shows that inclusion of women and diverse groups can increase the efficiency of mine action operations. So what does that mean in practice for the mine action sector? I'd like to draw on some of the work of the Gender and Diversity Working Group and of Mine Action Review and sector best practice. So the Gender and Diversity Working Group was created in 2019 at the request of the Norwegian government in the lead up to the 4th Review Conference of the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Treaty. It comprises representatives from 11 civil society organisations, and Mine Action Review was chair up until February this year. The purpose of the group is to promote inclusive and effective humanitarian mine action through the mainstreaming of gender and diversity. We've primarily worked with the Mine Ban Treaty and the Convention on Cluster Munitions, but despite having not yet joined either treaty, we really encourage Azerbaijan and other states not party to make use of the blueprint for implementation that is set out in the Mine Ban Treaty's 5-year implementation plan that was adopted in 2019, the Oslo Action Plan, and the 5-year action plan under the Convention on Cluster Munitions, because these plans essentially contain best practice and a very useful reference document for effective mine action. They include a cross-cutting point on gender and diversity, and also they include additional actions under the different thematic areas. So what we're aiming for is for national authorities and their implementing partners to ensure that mine action is conducted in a way that involves, benefits, protects everyone, and that barriers are removed to enable full and equal participation. Integrating and mainstreaming gender and diversity considerations into a programme isn't something that just happens. It takes a proactive, practical steps and proper consideration at each and every step of programming, so from project design, from implementation, monitoring and evaluation. This period of significant upscaling of the national programme here in Azerbaijan represents a key opportunity for ANAMA to embed and ensure gender and diversity considerations are mainstreamed in the national programme. It's also very important that diversity is mainstreamed alongside gender. Mine action can and should counteract systemic discrimination based on diversity factors such as race, ethnicity, religion, disability, social class, age. And components of a person's identity interrelate, and therefore taking an intersectional approach can help identify where diversity aspects are overlapping and creating interdependent systems of discrimination. So I'm just going to go through a few suggested best practices for gender and diversity. National mine action programs should embed gender and diversity into national mine action strategies and work plans and develop these in an inclusive manner, taking into consideration the needs of affected communities. When national mine action standards are developed and drafted, they should include a gender perspective. The International Mine Action Standards, IMAS, do contain reference to gender and diversity throughout, so we encourage these to be incorporated into the national standards. National authorities should ensure that all data forms and systems allow for the collection and analysis of data disaggregated by sex, age, and disability status. And then when establishing the baseline of contamination, whether that be mines or cluster munition remnants, it should be established through inclusive consultation with women, girls, boys, and men. It's really crucial that all groups of the society are consulted during survey in order to gain as much information as possible about the possible picture of contamination and also to inform different priorities for clearance. And to do this effectively, survey teams should ideally be mixed gender. Affected states should advocate to remove obstacles to women's employment and advancement at all levels in the mine action sector. Mine action authorities should liaise with other government structures to ensure that there are no legal obstacles to full and meaningful participation of women in mine action. And they should also ensure the mechanisms and processes for reporting explosive ordnance are open, available, and sensitised to the needs of different groups. So explosive ordnance and risk education should be provided to all populations, and the risk education programmes should also be based on a needs assessment and tailored to the threat encountered by the population, and disaggregating data is key to this. With regards to victim assistance, national authorities should take diverse needs and gender equality into consideration in relation to meeting the needs of victims. And it's essential to also have disaggregated data by gender, age, and disability in order to develop an appropriate response. And mine action authorities are encouraged to seek synergies and exchange plans and lessons learned with other relevant government departments and multilateral agencies implementing gender mainstreaming activities. Well, it's the affected states that have responsibility for mainstreaming gender and diversity. Donors also have an important part to play in supporting and enabling this. So, for example, donors could seek to fund specific gender mainstreaming efforts and targeted actions. So the Mine Action Review project that I manage, we analyse and monitor all affected states globally, and we produce annual reports that are on the Mine Action Review website. And as part of this annual research, we ask all mine action stakeholders, including national authorities and operators, about gender and diversity in their mine action programs. So specifically with some recommendations for ANAMA and here in Azerbaijan, of course we encourage ANAMA to apply some of the best practice that we've just outlined. And then according to our research from last year, Azerbaijan, I think ANAMA has around 30% of supervisory or managerial positions are held by women at the moment, which is excellent. We do know from last year's research that, however, there are no women working in operational roles in Azerbaijan. I know from speaking to colleagues at ANAMA that there are plans to have a female demining team, which is excellent, and we very much look forward to seeing that implemented. It's also great to see that women have participated in the risk education sessions and that they are consulted during survey, and we really encourage ANAMA to strive for mixed gender survey and risk education teams to facilitate accessing all members of the population. We also know that UNDP is helping capacity strengthen ANAMA in this regard too, and we look forward to hearing updates on that. And finally, we encourage ANAMA to appoint a gender and diversity advisor and to elaborate a gender and diversity policy for mine action and an associated implementation plan. And maybe one very final point, it's very encouraging that all of our panels so far today have also had a gender balance and a female representation, which is great to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lucy, for your very extensive recommendations also, and also best practices. We'll go now to our next panelist, who is Ms. Jasmine Ganeshalingam, Desk Officer on Anti-Personnel Mines, Cluster Munitions, and Conventional Weapons. Over to you for your feedback on this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're very busy today, so I'll try to keep my remarks short. As one of the founding signatories to the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention, the United Kingdom has played a leading role in tackling the indiscriminate and lethal legacy of landmines, helping to ensure that no one has to live in fear of one wrong step. As a leading donor in mine action, we continue to support the clearance and destruction of anti-personnel landmines, the delivery of risk education, and to build capacity to enable national and provincial authorities to take ownership of these activities. Since 2018, our Global Mine Action Programme has spent over £146 million in 14 countries, clearing 464.9 million square metres of land, the equivalent of 65,107 football pitches. In addition to this, the UK's Conflict Stability and Security Fund also supports mine action programmes around the world, with 9 programmes running in 2021, including in Azerbaijan. Our donor funding contributes to saving lives and limbs, as well as creating development opportunities. The UK is very keen to maximise the potential of mine action to contribute to broader development goals. It's important that mine action operators engage with other development stakeholders to ensure that the development potential of cleared land is realised. How this potential is realised will be very context-specific. For example, in fragile post-conflict environments, the focus will be on aligning mine action with broader stabilisation objectives. This year, the UK's Global Mine Action Programme funded research on exploring mine action contributions in stabilisation and peace-building contexts. It drew on 3 country case studies, Colombia, Iraq, and Sudan. The research identified key contributions that mine action can make to stabilisation and peace building at various points of the conflict management cycle. However, for contributions by the mine action sector to be meaningful, stabilisation and peace building objectives need to be proactively and intentionally designed into mine action programmes. We will be circulating this research for feedback shortly. In more stable environments, land released by mine action can contribute to increased food security, productivity, and job creation. It can encourage sustainable development by aligning released land with biodiversity and climate change positive objectives. Again, much depends on consciously including these outcomes within the design of the programme. It may also require broadening the range of development expertise to take full advantage at the right time of the opportunities opened up by mine action. Mine action has considerable potential to contribute to SDGs, and there are some really good examples already in different stabilisation, humanitarian, and broader development contexts. But to maximise the potential, SDG objectives need to be woven into the fabric of the programme design. The UK is a strong supporter of national ownership, which complements mine action alignment with SDGs. National ownership makes for more efficient prioritisation, and by bringing mine action within broader national development plans, encourages better impact. Developing national capacity is also important for dealing with residual contamination once most clearance has been completed. It's important to see national ownership at different levels, state and locality, to ensure sustainable development and to guard against unintended consequences. In addition, partnership working is key, so national and international, state and local. Finally, the UK has the presidency of the Conventional Cluster Munitions. We are ready to work with Azerbaijan to use the framework and resources of the Convention and its Secretariat to help rid the South Caucasus of cluster weapons. Azerbaijan has suffered enough from unexploded ordnance, and I hope we can work together to make sure that landmines and cluster weapons are not used here again. Thank you.
Impressive timekeeping. Thank you so much. We'll just come back also to some of the points you raised. For the last panelist in this group is Mr. Amin, that we know very well, Emil Hasanov, national consultant or continuing to be for UNDP, for your short interventions, and this time maybe focusing on the environmental management of mine action work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arum. I'm very glad that we already start implementing gender and diversity through our panel as a more female than male. It's a good example. We'll talk about environment. For sure, when we talk about war, we talk about environmental problem. And it's not only mines and landmines, because consequences of the landmines and explosive remnants of war that include also abandoned ammunitions quite high. It's also damage and limited the development of the regions. When you talk about environmental factors, it's a deny access to the resources, water, road conditions. And another problem that nobody kept the records of the landmines. Another problem which much worsened was the cluster munitions, that there are no chances to keep a record of cluster munitions. And probably you know that from 10 to 30% of dropped ammunitions, they fail to explode. It means they remain on the area and you never know where it is appear. Poor countries have denied land and farmers pastoral communities. And soil also distracted by that. Landmine can remain active for 100 years. And more than 60 countries are affected by landmines and explosive remnants of war. Another one of the group which is a targeted group is the children. Probably you know that one of the fifth mine victims is children. And each year, from 15 to 20,000 victims died and injured because of landmines and cluster munitions, and also I will highlight explosive remnants of war. When we talk about environment, we should take care about substitutes. What is the consist of the landmines or other munitions? The TNT, RDX, which consist and they lay on the ground, we said about 100 years, even 10 years, and it destroyed all soils and water that can come to our land. We don't know what how, but it can problem with disease and other problems. Another problem of the weapons, this is depleted uranium, which is used with special ballistic rockets that could be even much worse. When we talk about depleted mechanisms, usually it is waste of the nuclear weapons, which use it for special munitions. And it's directly related to the cancer. When we talk about history and make a case study, we can first back to the 90s about Iraqi-Kuwaiti war. In 91, Iraqi forces had destroyed over 700 oil wells and spilled 10 million gallons of the crude oil. The largest human facilities discharged of the oil ever into the T9 national waterways and desert. The Iraqi army laid the estimated 9 million miles in Kuwait. Used the environmental itself as a weapon of mass destruction. The recovery of Kuwait's economy appeared optimistic given the increased productivity of capacity of oil industry, but not all countries have such kind of advantages of oil and gas. The black smoke from the Gulf during the Gulf War got deposited in the high snow peaks of Himalayan and affected the water supply downstream the Hindu Kush Himalaya, which too far away. Afghanistan, 1/4 of the forests were destroyed, leading to the conclusion that damage of the forests may be the greatest environmental catastrophe in Afghanistan as well. By 1991 decades, the civil war in Angola had left the nation's park and reserves with only 10% of their 1975 wildlife population levels. In Sri Lanka, 6-year civil war had led to the felling over 5 million trees, a crucial resources for farmers and villages of the islands. Azerbaijan has a different, similar, but at the same time different. We have consequences of Soviet munition storage that in 91, when Soviet army left the South Caucasus' biggest ammunition base and destroyed 138 military depots, and 44 square kilometers was impacted. But also another problem which exists in Azerbaijan as a part of the liberation because of liberated area, and when we come about environmental damage, which still under the evaluation, about 400 60 special trees and fauna allocated in liberated areas. 70 of them need special care. It means there for 30 years no care. For sure, all of them damaged. But the evaluation process is still going on. We just talk about problems that exist in the life in the world. No doubt, explosion of war impacts the soil and natural resources, as was mentioned. Moreover, we are talking about natural process of which happen in the environment and the soil. And I would like to also to mention about one very nice research which was done by Mine Action Review about environmental damage and soil. They quietly, widely expressed and show some cases that to be what's going on and this. But another problem when we want to demine, we talk about problems that communities exist because of environmental damage. Another problem the communities need to demand a land that to get access to the areas. There another problem appear. How to demine? Because demining itself also creates some problems. Because we use certain mechanical assets like a tiller or a flail system, which also destroys the soil. In this case, we should refer to a certain new application of the International Mine Action Standards, which also developed on 7.13. And my colleague David Hewitson mentioned here that we also did it for ANAMA with UNDP help. It was provided new tools and Agency for Mine Action take care of environmental damage and took as a new applicable sources for usage in environmental management of demining. And I would like to, at the end of my speech, to refer to the special article of the standard, 7.13, that said, to ensure that environment is not degraded by mine action work, and land is returning to the state that it's similar to, or where possible better than before mine action appeared in common sense, and that permits internal use. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. M. Thank you all for really keeping according to your time and shortening. So we can go for a quick round of questions just one more time, but let's keep it very brief. Dr. Fariz Ismailzadeh, maybe you could want to elaborate a bit more on what can be done by the educational level institutions and high schools to better fight, on mine risk awareness, but also on the integrated nature of mine action, knowing that it is on awareness to action to also impact, human impact. You mentioned a lot of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, according to government estimates, the first group of IDPs should be starting going back to Karabakh towards the end of 2022, perhaps early 2023. These will be some designated settlements and villages which are now being rebuilt, and first groups of IDPs will go back to these places. Of course, immediately the question is how safe these people will be there, because in agricultural areas, people can wander in long distances and they can be affected by landmines, some other ordinances. Therefore, before they go back to their homes, we need to start educating these people. And it is a fact that young generation nowadays is getting a lot of information from social media, from videos, from interactive tools. Very rarely anybody is reading newspapers these days. Very rarely anybody is watching, let's say, television channels, but a lot of young people are in social media. So we can design, educational institutions can design some short educational awareness videos which can be broadcasted via social media, via our internal university channels, via high school networks. We can organize some webinars with students because they attend webinars with great interest. We can do some excursions and exploratory field trips with students, especially from IDP communities, to show them these dangers and risks of landmines. We can organize some trainings for them about how to behave in situations when they are affected by landmines, how to prevent risks of being affected by landmines, how to provide emergency medical aid perhaps in those situations. Curriculum of universities and curriculum of high schools doesn't include anything about landmines. I mean, this topic has not been a very urgent one until recently. So we can revise our curriculums, we can train the teachers, and these issues can be integrated into our curriculums, especially in such subjects as community development, social projects, subjects related to economic development, agricultural development. All these issues could include topics on landmines. And finally, we can utilize extracurriculum activities like essay competitions, Olympiads, poster campaigns for such kind of awareness campaign. I believe in power of universities, but one university cannot do all the work. We need to create association or consortium of universities to address this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pariz. Ms. Lucy Pinches, for a world free of landmines, we need the best and brightest. That also means men, women, and also a diversity in the workforce that can address women, men, boys, and girls. So you mentioned a lot of key international best practices, maybe just under 2 minutes to let us know a bit more on where these resources can be found and how can we access it immediately. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So there's actually some very good UN guidance on gender guidance for mine action programs. The guidelines were updated in 2019, and that's the 3rd edition that's available. Some of the materials produced by the Gender and Diversity Working Group are on our webpage, which is published on the Geneva International Centre for Humanitarian Demining website, GICHD's website. In particular, there was a paper done that we worked in partnership with Finland that was published under the Mine Ban Treaty, and that talks about how to operationalize gender mainstreaming in mine action. And also on the Mine Action Review website, we have a criteria for gender and diversity, looking at what the key factors are on the clearance side, and also for every affected country. And then there's also the Gender Mine Action Programme under the Geneva Centre, and the diversity group, Gender and Diversity Group, is available for people to contact if they want more information as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lucy. Ms. Jasmine, maybe just a few more points, as you have also traveled, like Lucy, all the way from the UK, on the UK's contribution towards the broader development objectives. As you know, this is also a panel on SDGs, so our collective action, UK's collective action contributing towards the SDGs.
So last year, the UK funded research into alternative finance options, and that looked at outcomes financing, where funding generated is linked to the delivery of broader development objectives. So an advantage of this is that it encourages different stakeholders to come together and encourages the mine action sector to join up with the broader development community, and potentially attracts new funding into the sector. So last November, we held a workshop in Cambodia to explore this research, as well as a recent Wilton Park conference in March, just gone. The UK will be reflecting on next steps and how we can further collaborate with members of the mine action community on this work.
Thank you very much. I think, Jasmine, that is one of the main issues that have come up here in terms of resources, financial or human resources, but combining it together towards a trust fund or so for Azerbaijan. All right, to my last speaker, Mr. Emil Hasanov, any last points on the SDGs related and with mine action? You did cover already the environment part, that's showing the linkages on mine action, but
Thank you very much. For sure, we talk about mine action and its SDGs, quite many points of SDG cover, also environmental issues that also go to the linkage to the mine action. And when we talk about mine action and the environment, we should keep a certain proper planning. We talk about water resources as part of SDG. We just mentioned about gender equality, also SDG in mine action. And for sure, maybe it is time to next SDG number 18 to put land mine action as well, like one of the special points to get consideration.
all right, then, for our panel, I would like to thank all of you. We've kept within time. We've, in fact, shortened our time. We will be having the takeaway session, but essentially this was on the interconnectedness of humanitarian mine action. As you can see, it links towards education, women, resources, alternative finance options, environment. So we tried to bring a lot of that in today's session. So I thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Спасибо. Спасибо. Ну, они уже закончили. Ничего. Ничего, продолжим. Кофе-брейк. Угу. Dear participants, next session you'll be hearing a discussion of victim assistance, the human toll of mines, from Hande Harmanci, representative and head of country office. On this very timely subject, I call on the four speakers, Mr. Hafiz Safikhanov, director of ICBL, Mr. Sabir Gojaev, head of Disability Policy Department, Ministry of Social Protection, Ariana Bauer, head of the ICRC representative office in Azerbaijan, and Sami Al-Haj, Human Rights Al Jazeera. Please take the floor. We need to start our next discussion.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. As I welcome the panel speakers, I will slowly start. I am the World Health Organization representative in Azerbaijan, and I will be moderating this panel session. I'm known for my timekeeping skills, so I'll try to keep to that reputation. I think we are, okay, excellent. Welcome. I am expected to make an introduction, and then I will introduce my panel speakers, and then we'll each have 10 minutes precisely. I will remind you of the time in the last minute. And then we'll have 15 minutes of discussion time, question and answers, and then we'll finish, hopefully, in just the right time. As we know, the objective of mine action is to reduce risk from landmines and explosive remnants of war to a level where people can live safely, in which economic, social, and health development can occur free from the constraints imposed by these landmines and ERV contamination. Victim assistance refers to all adequate age and gender-sensitive support provided with the purpose of reducing the physical and psychological implications of their trauma, short and long term, and overcoming their economic loss, social marginalization, or the impairment of the realization of their rights. Victim assistance is primarily an obligation of each individual state. The United Nations considers that the rights of the victims and survivors should be equally protected in keeping with the principles of impartiality, non-discrimination, and neutrality. The basis for a holistic and integrated approach for the realization of the human rights of survivors relies on effective data collection to understand the problem, emergency and continuing medical care, physical and other rehabilitation services, psychosocial support, socioeconomic inclusion, and establishment of a policy and normative framework. Now, in this panel, we will discuss the victim assistance, the human toll of mines, and I have four distinguished speakers with me, whom I would like to introduce right now. We have Mr. Hafiz Safikhanov. He is one of the founders and currently the director of the Azerbaijan campaign to ban landmines, and he was researcher of the Azerbaijan country report for the landmine and cluster munitions monitor report, and participated in all meetings of the state parties to the mine ban treaty. He will be talking to us about mine victims' needs assessments, mine victims' data evaluation, and current best practices on victim assistance. I will introduce the other panelists when it's their time. So please, Mr. Hafiz Safikanov, it's your turn.
Teşekkür edirəm. Bugün minalara qarşı fəaliyyətin bütün aspektlərinə dair çox uğurlu müzakirələr aparılır və bildiyiniz kimi minalara qarşı fəaliyyətin bir növü də mina qurbanları ilə bağlı problemlərdir. Mina qurbanlarına yardımların göstərilməsidir, onların problemlərinin həll olunmasıdır. Əvvəlcə biz müəyyən etməliyik ki, mina qurbanları kimdir, hansı insanlara mina qurbanları deyilir. Bu, beynəlxalq qanunvericilikdə təsbit olunmuş anlayışdır. 1997-ci ildə imzalanmış piyadalar əleyhinə minaların qadağan olunması haqqında BMT konvensiyası, buna bəzən Ottawa konvensiyası da deyilir. Həmin konvensiyada mina qurbanları ilə bağlı müddəalar var və mina qurbanları ilə bağlı digər müddəalar həmin konvensiyadan təxminən 10 il sonra Oslo'da imzalanmış kasetli silahlarla bağlı konvensiyada daha da inkişaf etdirildi, daha mütərəqqi bir hala gətirildi. Qurbanlarla bağlı daha bir termin Cenevra konvensiyasında adi silahların məhdudlaşdırılması və bəzi silah növlərinin qadağan olunması haqqında Cenevra konvensiyasında göstərilir. Yəni, ümumilikdə götürdükdə beynəlxalq hüquqda mina qurbanları o şəxslərə deyilir ki, mina qurbanları o şəxslər hesab olunur ki, onlar mina partlayışları nəticəsində həlak olmuş və ya yaralanmış insanlardır, psixi travma almış insanlardır və yaxud da iqtisadi itkilərə, iqtisadi zərərə məruz qalmış insanlardır. Amma daha böyük anlamda mina qurbanları həmçinin həmin insanların ailə üzvləri də mina qurbanları sayılır, onların yaşadığı icmalara da mina qurbanları hesab olunur. Bizim təşkilat 2003-cü ildən mina qurbanları ilə bağlı problemlərin araşdırılmasını həyata keçirir. Azərbaycan Respublikası, belə deyək, Ermənistanın təcavüzü nəticəsində hələ ki sülh müqaviləsi imzalanmayıb və bu səbəbdən Ottawa konvensiyasına, yəni minaların qadağan olunması konvensiyasına və kasetli silahlara dair konvensiya qoşulmadığına görə müharibə əlilləri içərisində mina qurbanları ayrıca kateqoriya kimi qeydə alınmır. Bunlar hamısı, belə deyək, müharibə əlilləri kimi qeydə alınır, amma biz həmin konvensiyaların üzvü olsaydıq, həmin konvensiyaların tələbinə əsasən biz həmin insanları həmin silahların qurbanları kimi qeydə almalıydıq. Amma təəssüf ki, biz hələ ki bunu edə bilmirik. Ona görə də bu həmin insanların mina qurbanı kimi qeydə alınmasında çalışan təşkilatların işini bir qədər çətinləşdirir. Biz mina qurbanları haqqında vahid məlumat bazasının yaradılması üçün aldığımız məlumatı bəzən 2 və ya 3 mənbədən təsdiq etdikdən sonra onları mina qurbanlarının siyahısına daxil edirik. Ancaq Azərbaycan Respublikası 2006-cı ildə BMT-nin əlilliyi olan şəxslərin hüquqlarına dair konvensiyasının tam hüquqlu üzvüdür və həmin konvensiyanın əsasən yerli qanunvericilik, yeni qanun, əlillərin hüquqlarına dair Azərbaycan Respublikasının qanunu qəbul olunub və həmin qanuna görə Azərbaycan Respublikasındakı bütün əlillərin hüquqları qorunur. Yəni, deməyim odur ki, həm mina qurbanları, həm kasetli silahlardan olan qurbanlar da həmin qanunun təsiri altındadır və onların hüquqları həmin qanunla Azərbaycan Respublikasının ərazisində qorunmalıdır. Azərbaycanda mina qurbanlarının statistikası aparılır və bizim təşkilatda olan, bugünə olan məlumata görə Azərbaycanda hal-hazırda 3555 mina qurbanı qeydə alınıb. Həmin şəxslərdən 669 nəfər həlak olub və 2886 nəfər yaralanıb. Mən burada xüsusi qeyd etmək istəyirəm ki, bu bizim təşkilatın qeydə ala bildiyi rəqəmlərdir və başqa mina qurbanlarının olmasını biz istisna etmirik. Yəni, biz sırf bizim qeydə aldığımız insanların sayıdır. Azərbaycanda keçmiş SSR-nin Əfqanistanda apardığı fəaliyyət nəticəsində mina qurbanı olmuş müəyyən sayda da insanlar var və onların da, belə deyək, onlar haqqında da tam məlumat mövcud deyil. Ona görə də bu səsləndirdiyim rəqəmi absolut rəqəm hesab etmək olmaz və bu sahədə iş aparılmalıdır. Bildiyiniz kimi bizim təşkilat minalar əleyhinə beynəlxalq kampaniyanın həm üzvüdür, həmin koalisiyanın üzvüdür və həmin kampaniya, beynəlxalq kampaniya 97-ci ildə Nobel sülh mükafatı alıb və onun ən böyük proyekti Landmine Monitor Report hesabatıdır. Həmin hesabat üzrə, hər il ölkələr üzrə minalara qarşı fəaliyyətin bütün aspektləri üzrə məlumatlar verilir və həmin aspektlərdən biri də mina qurbanları ilə bağlıdır. Biz həmin Landmine Monitor Reportu üzrə apardığımız tədqiqat göstərdi ki, bugün Azərbaycandakı mina qurbanlarının sayı Cənubi Qafqazın digər ərazilərində olan mina qurbanlarının sayından çoxdur. Təkcə bizim ölkədə olan mina qurbanlarının sayı, bir də qeyd edirəm, Cənubi Qafqazın digər bütün ərazilərində olan mina qurbanlarının sayından çoxdur və təəssüf hissi ilə qeyd edirik ki, biz hər ay yeni mina qurbanları barədə məlumatlar alırıq. Keçən il 102 nəfər barədə biz məlumat almışıq, bu il artıq 8 nəfərlə bağlı məlumat var və bu onu göstərir ki, biz bu sahədə insanların maarifləndirilməsi sahəsində işimizi gücləndirməliyik ki, daha çox mina qurbanları Azərbaycanda olmasın və mövcud insanların problemlərinə daha çox fikir ayıra bilək. Mina qurbanlarının problemlərinin həll olunması beynəlxalq təcrübədə 6 pilləli bir mərhələdən ibarətdir. Bu, təcili və davamlı tibbi xidmət, fiziki reabilitasiya, psixoloji və psixososial dəstək, iqtisadi inklüzivlik, qanunlar və siyasət. Bu proqramların davamlı olması üçün mina qurbanlarına yardım, əlillik, sağlamlıq, təhsil, məşğulluq, inkişaf və yoxsulluğun azaldılması ilə bağlı daha geniş siyasətə, planlara və hüquqi çərçivələrə ehtiyac var. Qurbanlar daha geniş əhali üçün mövcud olan xidmətlərə bərabər çıxış əldə etməli, həmçinin ehtiyac olduqda ixtisaslaşdırılmış xidmətlərə çıxış əldə etməlidirlər. Bu, qeyd etdiklərimin əldə olunması üçün isə ilk növbədə mina qurbanlarının ehtiyacları öyrənilməlidir. Bu insanlar hansı sahələrə daha çox ehtiyac duyururlar. Bu səbəbdən bizim təşkilat 2003-cü ildə keçmiş SSR məkanında ilk dəfə olaraq Azərbaycanda Amerika Birləşmiş Ştatlarının maliyyə dəstəyi ilə, hansı ki, həmin maliyyə dəstəyi Sloveniyada yerləşən ITF fondu vasitəsilə, onların vasitəçiliyi ilə bizim təşkilata yönəldilmişdi. Azərbaycandakı mina qurbanlarının ehtiyaclarının öyrənilməsi layihəsini həyata keçirdi. Biz Azərbaycanın 8 regionunda mina qurbanlarının ehtiyaclarının öyrənilməsini həyata keçirdik və həmin
Son bir dakikanız qaldı.
Həmin layihə çərçivəsində 45 sualdan ibarət anket vasitəsilə mina qurbanlarının problemləri öyrənildi və prioritetlər müəyyən edildi. Bizim təşkilatın bu layihəsindən sonra ANAMA bütün ölkə üzrə belə bir layihə həyata keçirdi və üzr istəyirəm, demək olar ki, əldə etdiyimiz məlumatlar üst-üstə düşürdü. Həmin prioritetlər müəyyən olunandan sonra vaxtın məhdudluğunu nəzərə alaraq qısa deyirəm. Biz konkret layihələr həyata keçirməyə başladıq və həmin prioritetlərə uyğun olaraq ölkənin müxtəlif regionlarında, 60 regionunda təxminən psixoloji və hüquqi yardım seminarları həyata keçirdik. Azərbaycan Respublikası Prezidenti yanında qeyri-hökumət təşkilatlarına Dövlət Dəstəyi Şurasının maliyyə yardımı ilə 28 rayonda mina qurbanlarına kiçik biznesin yaradılmasının hüquqi əsasları və praktiki nəticələrinə dair maarifləndirici seminarlar həyata keçirdik. Hal-hazırda həmin layihənin davamlı bu ildə davam etdirilir. 2006-2014-cü illərdə mina qurbanlarına özlərinin kiçik bizneslərini yaratmaqda təmənnasız maliyyə vəsaitlərinin verilməsinə nail olduq. Həmin insanlara tam təmənnasız formada kiçik biznes yaradıldı və onlardan bəziləri həmin biznesi indi də işlətməkdədirlər. Belə bir layihəni biz hazırda da həyata keçiririk. Həmin layihə Avstriyanın ATƏT yanındakı daimi nümayəndəliyi tərəfindən maliyyələşdirilir və yenə də ITF Sloveniya vasitəsilə həmin layihə maliyyələşdirilir.
Hafiz Bey, süreniz bitti.
Üzr istəyirəm.
İkinci roundda belki sorular...
Bir dəqiqə. Deməli, mina qurbanlarının ehtiyaclarının öyrənilməsi ilə bağlı dediyim layihələr təxminən 20 il bundan qabaq həyata keçirilib. Ondan sonra Azərbaycanda çoxlu sayda yeni mina qurbanları qeydə alınıb və biz hesab edirik ki, mina qurbanlarının ehtiyaclarının öyrənilməsi üçün yeni bir layihə həyata keçirilməlidir. Çünki ölkə 20 il bundan qabaqki ölkə deyir. Kifayət qədər inkişaf var, mina qurbanlarının problemlərində müəyyən dəyişikliklər var və ona görə də belə bir layihənin həyata keçirilməsi daha məqsədə müvafiq olar. Bu yerdə mən sizin icazənizlə bir mina qurbanını bura dəvət etmək istəyirəm. O öz həyat hekayəsini danışacaq. Bu insan keçən il öz vəzifə borcunu həyata keçirərkən Ağdam rayonu ərazisində miniyə düşüb. Mənim adaşımdır, Hafiz Əzimzadə, Ağdam rayonunun suvarım idarəsində çalışıb. Mən xahiş edirəm o yaxınlaşsın, öz həyatı hekayəsini danışsın və onu da qeyd edim ki, bizim bütün layihələrimizin hazırlanmasında mina qurbanlarının iştirakı var və onlar layihələrin hazırlanmasından tutmuş, həyata keçirilməsindəki bütün aspektlərə qədər bütün səviyyələrdə iştirak edirlər. Diqqətinizə görə təşəkkür edirəm, səsimə görə də üzr istəyirəm.
Çok teşekkür ederiz. I'm taken by surprise now because we really don't have time for a fifth speaker, but considering the importance of your intervention, maybe if you can keep it very short, and then we have time for discussions, questions, then we can get back to you again. Please come.
Təşəkkür edirəm, minnətdaram. Hörmətli yığıncaq iştirakçıları, doğrudan da Azərbaycanda belə bir söz var ki, deyir ki, bir gözüm gülür, bir gözüm ağlayır. Bu günləri mənim o ağlayan gözüm başlayıbdır gülməyə. Niyə? Ona görə ki, artıq dünyada mina ilə bağlı, mina acılarını təhlil edən, bu barədə geniş mövzuda yığıncaqlar keçirdən bir zalda mən də iştirak edirəm. Mən Əzimzadə Hafiz, Melorasiya Su Təsərrüfatı Açıq Səhmdar Cəmiyyətinin Ağdam Mexanik Suvarma İdarəsinin mühəndisiyəm. 2021-ci ildə cənab nazirimizin sərəncamı ilə həmin işğaldan azad olunmuş ərazilərdə inventarizasiya, su mənbələrinin inventarizasiyasının aparılması üçün öz kollektivimdən getmişdim iş görməyə. Biz işi demək olar ki, görüb qutarmışdıq, haradasa bir 90%-ə yaxınlaşdırmışdıq ki, subartezan quyusunun, kosun içindən müəyyən eləyib, onu tapıb, onun şəklini çəkib, onun koordinatlarını nazirliyə göndərmək üçün əməliyyat aparanda, ayağımı qaldıranda durduğum yerdə qəfildən mina partlayışından zərər çəkdim. Bu günləri mənim bədənimin bir hissəsi və digər yerlərində bu acılar var, bunu mən yaşayıram. Çox təəssüf ilə bildirirəm ki, mənlə bərabər bu zalda bir neçə onlarla minadan əziyyət çəkən Tamam xanım, Asif bəy kimi digər yoldaşlar da vardır ki, bu günləri biz də burada iştirak edirik. Belədir ki, mənim 54 yaşım var, 54 yaşımın çox hissəsini məcburi köçkünçülükdə vətənimizdən kənarda keçirmişəm. Hal-hazırda dünyaya göz açdığım Ağdam rayonunun Novruzlu kəndi işğal olunmuş ərazi adlanır. Ora tam minalıdır. Mən dünyaya göz açdığım gedib evimizi, ocağımızı gedib görə bilmirəm. Ora buraxılmırıq. Çox acı bir vəziyyətdir. İnsan anadan olsun, yaşasın, boya başa çatsın, cəmiyyətdə gəlsin, özünə bir yer tutsun, ancaq mina təhlükəsindən gedib oranı görə bilməklə, gecə yatanda xəyallarında, yuxularında, gəncliyin, cavanlığın, atalı, analı günlərimizi xatırlayanda, inanın ki, adamın başının tükləri biz-biz olur. Ancaq mən çox minnətdaram ki, yəni bu günləri dünyanın hər bir yerindən bu işlərə, bu minanın zərər çəkmiş insanlara qayğının göstərilməsi və insanların yenidən minaya düşməməsi, düçar olmaması üçün uzaq məsafələrdən, uzaq yerlərdən insanlar, yoldaşlar, mütəxəssislər gəlib belə tədbirlər keçirdirlər, mən hər birinizə minnətdarlığımı bildirirəm. Eyni zamanda qeyd etmək istəyirəm ki, mən ölkəmizin prezidenti cənab İlham Əliyevə minnətdarlığımı bildirirəm ki, bu günləri mən mütəxəssis olaraq yenə də su üzrə çalışıram. Artıq Ağdam rayonunda səhv eləmirəmsə, dünəndə siz orada hər biriniz olmuşsunuz. Kəş mən dəvət olunaydım, biləydim, orada o su mənbələrinin ziyan çəkmiş, zərər çəkmişləri ilə mən sizə göstərərdim. Çünki mənim bloknotumda, hesabatımda hamısı var. Deməli, bu günləri Ağdam rayonunda çox böyük bərpa işləri başlamaq üzrədir. Artıq mən minnətdaram mina təmizləyən Azərbaycanın həm Müdafiə Nazirliyinin, həm digər qurumlarda mina təmizləyən o qurumlara ki, bizim su mənbələrimizin minadan təmizlənməsində çox böyük işlər görüblər. Artıq mənim kimi yoldaşlar minadan təhlükəsindən qorxmayaraq, ürəklə bilirik ki, o ərazi təmizlənib, gedib həmən ərazilərdə öz işlərimizi görürük. Və eyni zamanda bir daha 4 aprel Ümumdünya mina təhlükəsizliyinə qarşı tədbirdə iştirak etdiyimlə qürur duyub və bu işdə əziyyəti, zəhməti olan bütün insanların hamısına minnətdarlığımı bildirirəm. Çox sağ olun diqqətiniz üçün. Sağ olun.
Thank you very much. For both your intervention and your personal testimony, thank you very much. This was really very impressive. I want to give the floor now to Mr. Sabir Gocayev, who is the head of Disability Policy Department in the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, and he will talk to us about analysis of victim data with a focus on 2021 statistics, what support is currently provided to mine survivors physically and psychosocially. Sabir Bey, buyurun.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity to ANAMA and UNDP for the opportunity to share the experience of Ministry of Labor and Social Protection Fund. First of all, I'd like to share with you some indicators of the last 3 or 4 years which were achieved by the Minister of Labor, and these indicators show the scope of the reforms and innovations which we implemented in the country. For the last over the last 3-4 years, salary fund in the country increased 2 times, 2 or 3 times increase of minimum wage over the 4 years, and 2 or 3 times increased the monthly amount of the benefits, social benefits for the disability in our country, and up to 2 times increase of the presidential scholarship for the persons with disability because the reason of the disability because of the war, to the war participants. And during the last 3-4 years,
budget allocation to the social expenditures increase it to up to 65%. These numbers show the scope of the government support in the social protection of the population, and of course the mine victims is one of the among these people. In order to implement all of the to achieve these indicators, a lot of legislation acts changed, and a lot of legislation drafts prepared by the ministry, up to more than 600 legislation documents prepared by the ministry, and most of them, more than 65% approved by the government, parliament, or the president office. And one of the main important reforms which implemented by the ministry with the initiative of the first vice president of Azerbaijan, Mehriban Aliyeva, is the DOST concept. DOST concept is the one-stop service delivery of all of the ministry's services which we provide to our customers through the different offices. And starting from the 2019, we provide services with one window principle in our DOST centers. Right now we have 4 DOST centers in Baku centers. In these centers we provide 175 services to our population, and most of them, more than 100, are provided electronically. And one of the main our achievements in the field of service delivery to the population, and as well as the persons with disability, and among them is the mine victims, is providing the proactive services. Proactive services, this is the Azerbaijan Ministry of Labor and Social Protection first government stakeholder which started to provide proactive services. Proactive services, the information system of the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection identifies the eligibility of the certain social benefits or pensions, and makes appointment by the system for these payments, and the persons gets notification from our systems immediately that they can go and take their bank cards from any bank office. For example, last year we have a baby in our family, and I received an SMS that I can go to the bank office and take my benefit for the childbirth. For the last 2 years, we provided more than 200,000 proactive service delivery. This means that all of these people, without the need to coming to any place or to collect any hard copy documents and to provide it to any other agencies, just our system makes all of these steps in advance of there. And my colleague before me talk about the UN Convention on the Rights of the Persons with Disability. You know that Azerbaijan is the first country who ratified the convention and its protocol, and arising from the requirements of the convention principles, and Azerbaijan started to change its legislation and bring it in line with the principles and requirements of the convention. And as a result, in 2018, Azerbaijan's parliament approved a new law on the rights of the persons with disability, and arised from this law up to 20 normative legislation acts and regulation by Cabinet of Ministers approved, a lot of documents which covers all the rights of the persons with disabilities, and of course the mine victims among them. One of the most important documents among these documents is the disability criteria. Ms. Hande Hanım is we have a good relation with the WHO in the implementation of the new criteria, and starting from 1st July of this year, we are changing the disability assessment system from old Soviet Union principles to the new ones with barometric assessment of disability, and this will help to focus on the social protection of the persons with disability properly. And another achievements of the Ministry of Labor for up to
over the last 3 years is providing the high-tech prostheses to our people, to our military persons who lost their limbs in the war. Most of them lost their limbs because of the mine explosion. And in collaboration with the Ottobock and Iceland company Össur, we created a special facility in our protest center in Baku for the production and providing servicing of the high-tech prostheses to our persons with disabilities, war participants. And another important matter, which is maybe will be interesting for the participants of this event, is that we made a change in last year. We made a change to the legislation and bring a new disability reason to the reasons of this disability. This is the disability because of the terror acts, and this will help us to identify the people who lost their limbs or wounded because of the mine explosion, to separately assess their disability, and in future, maybe in upcoming years, we will support, they will get social protection differently from the total population, because right now they are assessed, their disability assessed like a civil person without any differentiating. But after the approval of this, legislation, it will help us to identify them properly and to support them by the government. For the last year, we provided up to 200 high-tech prostheses to our war veterans, and this process is right now ongoing. And starting from this year, we will provide high-tech prostheses which make the activity of the persons up to 7% of the activity of their lost limb. Starting from this year, we will provide to another persons besides of the war participants. That's a lot. I can talk much, but if there will be any question, I'm ready here to answer it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sure you can tell us more about what you're doing. But thank you for this summary. We now have Ms. Ariane Bauer from ICRC, International Committee of the Red Cross in Baku. She has been here since 2020, and before here, she was working in ICRC headquarters on the conflicts in Yemen, Israel, Palestine, Lebanon. She was posted in Ukraine, Central African Republic, Iraq, Democratic Republic of Congo, many places in the world, and ICRC runs several programs in support to ANAMA in Azerbaijan, and she will talk to us about how to address the needs of mine victims. Ariane.
Thank you very much, Hande, and thank you also from my side to ANAMA and UNDP for organizing the conference today and yesterday. As you certainly know, the provision of assistance to victims of mine incidents is one of the 5 pillars of mine action, and some may argue it's also the most complex one. Reflecting this importance, mine victim assistance is also enshrined in the Anti-Personnel Man-Mine Treaty, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and many other conventions, as we heard today. Meeting the short, medium, and long-term needs of those who have been injured by explosive ordnance and have suffered mental and/or mental trauma as a result requires a holistic, integrated, and long-term approach. Victims are affected in many different ways according to their age, their degree and type of disability, their gender, and other factors that may influence their vulnerability. This needs to be taken into account when understanding the needs, when assessing them, as was also mentioned by Hafiz. Many of the services that are needed by mine victims are usually managed by the conventional state systems, starting with emergency medical care over rehabilitation, psychological and social support, facilitation of access to education, vocational training, labor, and the presence of different ministries here today is a testimony to that. However, all those services have tight links with the mine action sector in a state, and the multitude of actors involved in mine victims' assistance, both state and non-state actors, and the broad scope and very individualized needs of mine victims bid for strong coordination of all actors involved. Mine victim assistance is a national state responsibility towards all people who have been injured and those who are living with a disability. Over many decades, the ICRC has been involved in mine action. The institution has gradually broadened its scope from merely supporting demining operations to engaging also in very essential prevention activities, such as raising awareness on the risk emanating from mines and promoting safer behavior in affected communities. And we do this very oftentimes in collaboration and coordination with the National Red Cross and Red Crescent societies. And we have also gradually been involved and engaged in mine victims assistance, initially looking mainly at physical rehabilitation services. Today, the ICRC supports some 330 physical rehabilitation centers across 36 of our operations globally. And we have gathered a vast array of experience in that field over the years, providing direct support to victims, but also technical guidance, training, scholarships to staff, always working very closely with authorities and national partners to ensure sustainability of the programs. We have also been supporting authorities in the development of national strategies for physical rehabilitation. Now, various studies have shown that people with disabilities, among others from conflicts, face higher hurdles when recovering after conflict than the average population. And their challenges go well beyond physical rehabilitation. Thus, depending on the context and the needs, the ICRC has broadened its scope of activities to support mine victims and has engaged, for instance, in mental health activities and supporting mine victims, facilitation of vocational training, professional reorientation of mine victims, just to name a few. In Azerbaijan, concretely, we have observed that 90% of the civilian victims of mine incidents who were hurt after the escalation in 2020 are adult males. Oftentimes, they are the breadwinners in a family. We have assessed the situation of the majority of them, which allows us to confirm the individuality of the response needed in every case. Some need financial support to cover their medical expenditures. Some don't know where to register to get pensions they're entitled to. Some don't have the petty cash to pay for the taxi to go and register to the next office. And most of them have families that they need to care for and thus need to reorient professionally to ensure an income. In its initial response phase after the 2020 escalation of the conflict, the ICRC allocated a fixed financial support to the survivors of mine incidents. We also made contributions to the funerary costs to the families of those tragically deceased. We have also provided some individual financial support to those unable to cover specific medical expenditures. Overall, about 80% of all surviving victims received some kind of support from the ICRC. Next to carrying out activities in support to reinforcing the capacities of ANAMA and to raise awareness on the risk emanating from mines, the ICRC is ready to continue to engage in supporting the relevant authorities and agencies in mine victim assistance in Azerbaijan to share its experience and best practices and to support in specific areas as needed. Azerbaijani institutions carry out very valuable work in order to support victims of mine incidents. And I would like to encourage donors present here today to consider the long-term nature of needs of mine victims and ensure a sustained commitment in supporting them. In order also to increase impact and efficiency and to ensure the pertinent allocation of resources from donors and other players, I would also like to encourage all entities involved in mine victim assistance to strengthen their coordination in order to ensure that the money is well spent, but above all, that mine victims are cared for as they deserve. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ariane, for being so careful with time. You are actually 1 minute early. Thank you. So now that brings us to Mr. Sami Al-Haj from Al Jazeera, who will talk to us about the rationale behind supporting victim assistance activities in Azerbaijan and how and where the international community can add value to the existing support. Mr. Al-Haj.
Excuse me, I will speak in Arabic, so you need to. السادة رؤساء ومديري المنظمات المعنية بمكافحة الألغام، السادة منظمي هذا المؤتمر، الزملاء والزميلات من المؤسسات الإعلامية، السيدات والسادة، بعد التحية والتقدير يطيب لي أن أحييكم باسم مركز الجزيرة للحريات العامة وحقوق الإنسان بشبكة الجزيرة الإعلامية، وأنتم تجتمعون بغرض تحقيق غاية إنسانية مهمة تتمثل في مساندة جهود وحملات مكافحة الألغام التي تخلفها النزاعات المسلحة والتي تتسبب في مقتل وجرح الآلاف من الأشخاص الأبرياء سنوياً وتمنع الأطفال والطلاب من الذهاب إلى المدارس والجامعات والعمال إلى المصانع والمزارعين إلى الحقول وتهدد
Mr. Al-Haj, can I just stop you for 1 minute and check whether we do have Arabic to English translation? Do we? In channel 2. Okay, channel 2. Thank you very much. Excuse me. Please continue.
وتهدد جهود إعادة الإعمار والتنمية الريفية والأمن والسلم الاجتماعي والطمأنينة العامة. السيدات والسادة، نؤمن في شبكة الجزيرة الإعلامية بأهمية دور الإعلام في توعية الجمهور بمخاطر الألغام والمتفجرات التي تخلفها الحروب، ونذكر في تغطيتنا الصحفية دائما بضرورة أن تسعى أطراف الصراع للتخلي عن استخدام الألغام مستقبلا وكشف أماكنها المنتشرة في مناطق النزاعات حتى يستثنى نزاعها وتيسير عودة اللاجئين والنازحين للمناطق الأصلية. لدي بعض التوصيات. نحن كإعلاميين نقوم بدورنا في هذه القضية في وسائل الإعلام بالتوعية في الجانب التوعوي، بالتوعية عن خطورة الألغام، وهذا يتم عبر بروموهات تبث في وسائل الإعلام لتوعية العامة. أيضا وسائل الإعلام ينبغي أن تقوم بدورها في توثيق هذه الانتهاكات عبر أفلام وثائقية، ولدينا تجربة مع منظمات معنية في هذا الأمر في قضايا مختلفة. أنتجنا في شبكة الجزيرة أفلام وثائقية مع أطباء بلا حدود واللجنة الدولية للصليب الأحمر عن قضايا إنسانية، وأنا أعتقد بأنه أيضا نستطيع أن ننتج فيلم وثائقي عن خطورة الألغام ونوثق لهذه الجريمة. نحن نعتقد كإعلاميين أن جانب الواجب علينا مسألة التوعية. أيضا من ضمن التوصيات نؤكد على ضرورة تنظيم مثل هذه المؤتمرات حتى يتم حشد الجهد المعاونة من المنظمات وأيضا الجانب الإعلامي في كشف هذه الانتهاكات. أيضا نوصي بأن تكون هناك تقارير دورية لوسائل الإعلام حتى تقوم بدورها. لدينا شراكة مع منظمة أذربيجانية International Europe Asia Press Foundation، ونحن بصدد كما ذكرت أو أسلفت بعمل فيلم وثائقي عن الألغام، وإن شاء الله هذا الفيلم في القريب العاجل ترونه على شاشات شبكة الجزيرة الإعلامية باللغة العربية والإنجليزية ولغة البلقان. نشكر لكم إتاحة هذه الفرصة معا إن شاء الله نعمل من أجل الإنسان ومن أجل السلام إن شاء الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we've had some problems with the translation, but I think I understood that there's going to be a documentary soon, and we are looking forward to seeing it. Thank you. I was just told that we only have 5 more minutes. We have received some questions from the audience earlier, so maybe I can just read them out loud and see if there is anybody in the panel who would like to respond to them very quickly. And then we will finish. Somebody asked, how can we develop a reflex in a child so that he doesn't get into dangerous territories because they are very much victims? How could we integrate better into the society the people who consider themselves flawed? What are the approaches used to treat a non-physical condition of a victim? Best practices, but we've been talking about this a little bit here. And maybe maybe this is the most specific question, how are the victims in Azerbaijan integrated into the larger society? So very quickly, if there is anybody who would like to address any of these questions, maybe we can finish by that.
Perhaps I can try to contribute to the first question on children and reflexes. I think a lot was already said in the previous panel on really prevention activities, working in schools, in communities that are affected, and then of course in communities that may be returning to those territories. We have some activities that are very interactive, kind of a theater set up in schools where children, through role plays, learn about mine threats and can perhaps better put themselves into such a situation just in an imaginary mode and to understand what the threats are. So this is perhaps just a contribution to that, but I think our colleague from the MLSPP has much to say.
Thank you, Ariane. Maybe Sabir Bey, do you have anything to say about the integration of these people into the larger society?
Yes. About integration, we are dealing with the integration of the persons with disabilities, not the integration. Integration is not a quite right notion, but we have to talk about the inclusion of this person in all areas of the society. I mean workplaces, education, society, cultural events, and etc. As a ministry, as a part of the government, we are dealing with a lot of activities in order to make the life, all of the types of the areas of the life inclusive for these people. I mean education, because we are not, as a Ministry of Labor, we are not consider the reason why this person get his leg amputated. We are supporting our people without the reason of their injury or their wounds. And as a ministry, we are, for the last year or last 3 or 5 years, we had a lot of activities in order to support them. But the first one, first support is to compensate their loss. I mean physical loss, or there are some parts of the body. We are providing, as I said, mentioned before, high-touch prostheses and another rehabilitation means. Some of them starting first time in the history of Azerbaijan. In the history of Azerbaijan, from the last year, we started to provide electric wheelchairs and etc. And a lot of rehabilitation means in order to make their life easy to be as a part of the society and to fulfill their rights as other parts of the society. We support them with the rehabilitation means, and we provide them rehabilitation services, psychosocial services through our rehabilitation centers all over the country. Some of them just opened last year with the participation of the head of the country. In this centers, we provide different rehabilitation services to our persons with disabilities. And starting with this year, we will implement individual rehabilitation program for persons with disability. This is quite new for our country. This just approved by the government in 2019, and right now we are working on creation a special information system, special application where our structures will deal with the individual rehabilitation program, in which we will cover all the services within ministry which MLSPP provides and which should be provided by another government stakeholders.
Thank you very much indeed. So to sum up, we heard from Mr. Hafiz that it is not possible to provide effective assistance to mine survivors without a database and needs assessment. So he emphasized the importance of these issues. Mr. Sabir gave us what government is doing to support people with disabilities, and among which are the mine victims, of course. And he gave us very good news that they will continue to get even more support with the new legislation that is coming up this year. And Ariane told us that mine victims' assistance needs are long-term, and they need commitment from everybody, authorities and donors, and international players have a role, and the ones in here are ready to support. What's needed is a good coordination of different bodies and organizations, and Mr. Al-Haj gave us the good news of a documentary that's going to be coming on Al Jazeera, I suppose, very soon. I thank you all very much for your interest and attention. Have a nice evening, or a good day.
Thank you all for your interesting questions. Before we start next session, you have 15 minutes coffee break. See you again at 15:50.
Bir, iki, üç, dört. Bir. Test. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4.